In Los Angeles, forensics experts try to make sense of a photo shoot that crossed the line from daring to deadly. In the Pacific Northwest, law enforcement hunts a brutal predator whose lust for violence is reaching fever pitch. As detectives follow the footsteps of a killer, a double homicide investigation spurs an international manhunt. The law has no jurisdiction in the human mind, where a killer's twisted motives may forever defy police. But actions cannot defy science. Through forensics, detectives can track even the most deranged criminals and put an end to their lethal obsessions. In Los Angeles, where image is everything, a pretty face and sexy body can launch a woman into the spotlight. But not everyone makes it that far. In November 1995, a model went to a photo shoot and vanished. Days went by without a word. Worried friends and parents had no clue to her whereabouts. Then, she caught the eye of a passing stranger. One afternoon, a trash collector working along the Angeles Crest Highway found a daydream in the litter.
The 27-year-old model.
Several days later, he saw the woman's face again.
Linda Sobek disappeared 7 days ago.
She was Linda Sobek, a model from Hermosa Beach who had been missing for 5 days. He contacted the police about his odd discovery.
Yeah, hi, this is Frank Artino. Yeah, I'm calling about that girl that you have on TV that's missing.
A former LA Raider cheerleader, 27-year-old Sobek was riding a wave of success. Her schedule was packed with shoots for magazine covers and calendar spreads. She had just landed a part on a popular sitcom. The day she disappeared, Linda told her mother that she would be at a remote photo shoot with a photographer named Chuck. Her mother didn't know who Chuck was or where they were going. Linda promised to call her after the shoot. No call ever came. The trash collector showed police where he dumped the roadside trash.
Yeah, I threw him in here with one of these bags, but this was this bag right here.
This bag?
There, they found more photographs, pages ripped from Sobek's appointment book, and a makeup bag. They also found a clue they hoped would lead them to the model. The receipt was for the loan of a sport utility vehicle, a prototype that hadn't been released yet. It was signed by Charles Rathbun and dated November 16th, the same day Sobek disappeared. It seemed the mysterious Chuck had been identified. Rathbun, police learned, was a respected photographer who specialized in pictures of new cars. He was considered one of the best in his field. Rathbun said he didn't know how his receipt got mixed in with Linda Sobek's belongings, but admitted that he was probably the last person to have seen her. On the morning of her disappearance, he said, Sobek asked him to meet her at a restaurant parking lot. She was looking for work. He wasn't interested. Detective Mike Robinson of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department took Rathbun's statement.
He said that he met with her briefly in the Denny's parking lot, looked at her portfolio, and told her that he had a very tight schedule and pushed her out of the car and left her there at noon on the day she disappeared. He said his last observation of her was standing in the parking lot unlocking her white Datsun.
Sobek's car was still in the parking lot, but there the trail grew cold. Rathbun, the last to have seen her, was the only lead to the missing model. Police asked him to come to the station for a more complete interview. He didn't keep his appointment.
He called later that day and said that he had car problems and then never showed up and never called back.
But police learned that Rathbun had contacted a friend in law enforcement. She had received a rambling fax in which he confessed to accidentally killing Sobek. He also threatened to kill himself. Police rushed to his house. They found him drunk and incoherent. He was taken into custody. In jail, Rathbun gave police a second account of what happened. He admitted that he'd lied when he said he hadn't hired Linda Sobek. He recounted a tragic accident at a dry lake bed in the Mojave Desert. Rathbun wanted to photograph Linda taking the rugged prototype through its paces. He got behind the wheel to show her how to spin it. He claimed he had lost control of the 2.5-ton vehicle, and the rear end slammed into Sobek, killing her. Panicked, Rathbun dug a grave with his hands and abandoned the body. He said he was so traumatized, he couldn't remember where he'd buried her. Police didn't believe this sudden change of story. But with nothing more to go on, they couldn't refute his account. Flimsier alibis have held up in court. Investigators were not about to let that happen. The case entered its next phase, to find the flaws in Rathbun's story. Police got hold of the car. Unfortunately, it had been detailed at least twice since Rathbun borrowed it. Investigators hoped that some evidence survived the thorough cleaning. The first task was to search for signs of impact. LA County criminalist Heidi Robbins didn't find any.
The initial examination revealed no such evidence on the exterior of the car. Being that it was a prototype, it was a brand new vehicle right off the line, so it was very clean, which is really not what we're used to looking at as forensic scientists or criminalists. The vehicle it didn't have a scratch on it. There wasn't a dent to be seen.
Perhaps the victim had been run over, not struck. The vehicle was placed on a lift. Again, the car was clean.
We didn't see any type of blood or tissue or fiber evidence at all associated with the exterior or undercarriage of that vehicle.
The next step was to examine the vehicle's interior. Although the leather seating looked pristine, it was not. Blood residue was found in the crevice between the seat cushions and had stained the stitching. Tests showed that it matched Sobek's blood type. 4 long blonde hairs were collected and shown to have belonged to her. Robbins noticed that one of the doors had a deep dent in it. It seemed that a struggle may have occurred inside. The marks inside the car suggested a tale far different from Rathbun's, but the whole story couldn't be told without Sobek's body, and Rathbun had conveniently forgotten where it was. In custody, he tried to commit suicide, asserting that it was all a mistake. He wrote in his own blood that he never meant to hurt anyone. The act could be read as either despair or cunning calculation. In an apparent attempt to prove his sincerity, 8 days after Linda Sobek had disappeared, Rathbun recalled where he had buried her. He directed the search party to a steep ravine, 6,000 feet up, 40 miles from the site of the photo shoot. Buried more than a week, the remains would probably yield few clues about the factors that led to her death.
It's always been my contention that Rathbun decided to contribute to our efforts on the day that he did because he felt that the body would be so decomposed that we wouldn't be able to determine those factors.
For Detective Robinson, Rathbun's confession and suicide attempt didn't ring true. To him, the photographer was artfully controlling the investigation, meting out information too little, too late. His sudden recollection of the burial site was the latest example. Supervised by a forensic anthropologist, Robin's team carefully removed the body. Each rock from the top of the grave was numbered and cataloged. Inch by inch, soil was lifted from the grave, then sifted and analyzed. After 8 hours, investigators had their most crucial piece of evidence. 2 feet down, they found Sobek. Much to their surprise, the elements had spared her.
There was very little degradation, and I think due to the coldness and that altitude and the ravine that she was buried in had such minimal amount of sun exposure, she essentially was refrigerated for those 9 days.
Investigators surveyed the body. Had the victim been struck by a car, she would have had knee-level injuries. Her legs showed no broken bones or abrasions, but they did bear severe ligature marks. It appeared she'd been bound around the ankles. The condition of her clothes also suggested something more than a luckless accident and hasty burial.
Most women are probably comfortable wearing a zip top somewhere maybe in the center of their chest. And Linda's clothing was zipped all the way up to the base of her neck. I thought that's a very unnatural position, and to me, when you see clothing that has a bit of an unnatural position, it indicates the possibility that there may have been some redress or some alteration of the clothing.
The unnatural position of her clothes suggested that Rathbun had dressed her, possibly after her death. And apparently, by trying to wipe away evidence, Rathbun inadvertently created a second clue that revealed he wasn't telling the full story.
She was a model. She wore makeup. She was on a photo shoot. And when she was recovered from that grave, there was a complete absence of any makeup or any residues thereof that we could detect in the crime scene. And that concerned me also.
The condition of her clothing, makeup, and the marks around her ankles suggested that the victim wasn't just standing around before she died. Something else was going on, and it pointed to murder. Linda Sobek was photographed for the last time on the autopsy table. From marks on her body, the medical examiner could tell that she had been smothered. Hemorrhaging in the eyes showed the breath was literally squeezed out of her, and she hadn't gone without a struggle. Her wrist was sprained. She had been tied up. The physical evidence shattered Rathbun's story of a car accident. As the case went to trial, a first-degree murder charge seemed inevitable, but Rathbun wasn't finished. In a bid for a manslaughter conviction, he offered another account of what happened. His new version explained away all of the evidence. In what was now Rathbun's third rendition, he claimed that Sobek began to undress and strike erotic poses. He said she was a tease. She became upset when he took pictures of her. He set the camera aside and they started kissing, but she wouldn't let it go further. After things cooled down and she got dressed, Rathbun showed her how to make the car spin. But he was too reckless. He thought he hit and killed her. but she'd only stumbled trying to get clear. She cut her face when she fell. Rathbun told authorities he put her in the car to take her to the hospital. She became hysterical, fighting with him and threatening a lawsuit. He tried to restrain her with a bear hug, but she only grew more agitated and more violent. As a last resort, he sat on her. She finally grew quiet. Then he realized she wasn't breathing. He pulled her out of the car to try to revive her, but she was dead. To explain the ligature marks, Rathbun said he then bound the model's ankles to better maneuver the unwieldy body back into the vehicle. He then buried her. It was a colorful story, but once again, it felt too contrived.
I felt that in trying to answer every piece of evidence that the prosecution had presented, he sort of built a patchwork quilt that wasn't real square at the edges. It just didn't have the right form to it.
If Rathbun could sell this fabrication to the jury, he'd likely get off with manslaughter. To prove his case, Rathbun provided the court with 5 rolls of film from the photo shoot. He explained that he had left them in the desert after the victim was killed. He had his brother retrieve them for him. 4 of the rolls showed Sobek modeling, but the 5th roll was almost unrecognizable. Rathbun explained that it contained the intimate photos of Linda Sobek that proved she was teasing him. But in the heat of the moment, he'd grabbed a roll he'd already shot. Not realizing, he took pictures of Linda Sobek over pictures of the Lexus interior. The harsh desert climate also had apparently affected the rolls, ruining the emulsion. Rathbun presented 13 distorted images of a woman in pornographic poses, double exposed over a car interior. And along with them, he served up a modified version of what happened. This version better explained the condition of the victim's clothes and makeup.
At this point in time, the facts of the story changed. We had another version of the truth come out at this point, and it was suggested that her death actually resulted not from a vehicle this time, but from this consensual sexual activity that had gotten out of hand, a little too rough, and accidentally resulted in her death. These photographs were introduced to prove this latest version of the truth.
Investigators set out to prove the photos were fakes. Detective Robinson felt the pictures were too damaged to be conclusive. He needed to determine if the Lexus and the woman in these photos were really who Rathbun said they were. He learned that several weeks before borrowing the Lexus, Rathbun had photographed a 1998 Oldsmobile prototype. The detective requested Rathbun's pictures of that car's interior from the manufacturer. Heidi Robbins brought the double-exposed images and the Oldsmobile interiors to the National Law Enforcement and Corrections Technology Center in El Segundo, California, for comparison. The agency provides sophisticated forensic imaging technology for law enforcement. The images were scanned into a high-speed computer and enhanced with graphics software. Before they could make sense, engineer Bill Repetto digitally enhanced their contrast, shadow detail, and color.
The films are in really bad shape. In fact, a lot of the emulsion is missing. So the detectives really didn't have a full shot of the entire dashboard. Using our equipment, we were able to alter the contrast, do some sharpening, look for features that were hard to do in the conventional photographic process, but we can do it in real time on a computer. So I guess you're interested in finding out, is that a body part or is that part of the dashboard?
Once the pictures were sharpened, Repetto sized and overlaid the Oldsmobile dashboard atop the damaged negative. His goal was to see if the car in the photos was really the Lexus that Sobek died in, or if it was the Oldsmobile.
That you can match up things like the speedometer dial, the radius of the steering wheel. Unfortunately, we can't see this pattern, the logo on the steering wheel, but it matches up pretty good. I mean, you work with this just a few minutes and it's pretty darn obvious this is not a Lexus. This is an Oldsmobile.
Repetto next had to eliminate Linda Sobek as the faceless model. He compared the dress Sobek wore at the photo shoot to a portion of lace shown in the double-exposed images. Because lace patterns repeat, it only takes a fragment of the material to point out a mismatch.
Now in this image, you can see that there's a definite pattern here. There's a boot-shaped mark, you know, a vertical feature, and it bends over to the left, and that's repeated up here.
The lace patterns were inconsistent. So were comparisons between Sobek's anatomy and the model in the photos. Rathbun's latest account was disproven.
The defense, on their fourth and final version of the truth, when the defendant took the stand, had to go up and explain all the physical evidence findings and the circumstances surrounding the death. And in his testimony, he did initially state that this was the Lexus and that this was in fact Linda Sobek. And it was very powerful rebuttal testimony when the jury could see for themselves that not only was this not the Lexus, but this clearly was not Linda Sobek.
Once again, the facts contradicted Rathbun's story. The jury didn't buy any of Rathbun's tales. Charles Rathbun was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Almost from the start, the photographer was the focal point of the Sobek case. But when murder is more random, investigators must take a wider view. In Beaverton, Oregon, on the morning after Valentine's Day, 1981, police were called to a townhouse in a quiet neighborhood. There, they found the body of 18-year-old Julie Ann Reitz. She'd been shot in the back of the head with two .38 caliber bullets, apparently while running for her life. The medical examiner determined that she died between 3 and 4 a.m. As investigators processed the crime scene, Detective Dave Bishop gathered the first important clue.
The telltale signs were that the victim knew whoever killed her. The door was unlocked, the stereo was on, there was a couple of wine glasses in the sink.
Police searched the townhouse for any traces the killer may have left behind. No fingerprints were lifted, but technicians did recover hair and fiber samples. Upstairs, they found signs of a struggle.
The bed was just totally tore apart, sheets everywhere, and it was just, I mean, it was obvious that, you know, there was a war up there.
Stains on the sheets showed that a man with type B blood had had sexual relations with the victim. Within a week of the murder, detectives questioned over 150 of the victim's friends and acquaintances. Several mentioned an older man who had recently resurfaced from her past. He worked at a local club and dated her once or twice the year before. Reitz thought he was a little overbearing and decided they should just be friends. His name was Randall Woodfield. Randy had been an All-American athlete and was drafted by the Green Bay Packers for a brief stint in the NFL. He was an affable, fun-loving guy, but he was no Boy Scout. Police learned that he was on probation, having served 3 years for robbing joggers in Portland. Police arranged an interview with him. He vaguely remembered the victim, but said he hadn't seen her for months. Investigators found him candid and agreeable.
You know, if you didn't know him, he would be the guy next door. I mean, he was, and pleasant to talk to. Not, he was very little profanity, soft-spoken.
Woodfield was forthcoming about his past, but suspicions were raised when he refused to submit hair samples or take a polygraph test. 7 grueling hours of interrogation produced little information, but managed to wear him down. He finally agreed to let police search his apartment.
I told the detectives the first thing that that when we went into the house to grab was the sheets off his bed, and because that was going to give us the hair and blood.
Investigators got the hair sample they wanted from Woodfield's sheets. They also found a .32 caliber bullet and a roll of athletic tape in his gym bag. Ordinarily, these items meant nothing. Now, police weren't so sure. Athletic tape was a crucial clue in a rash of unsolved rapes and murders that had been occurring along Interstate 5 for more than 2 months. Detectives wondered if they were onto something bigger than an isolated homicide. Suspicions intensified when investigators checked Woodfield's phone bill to see if he'd called Julie Reitz.
He was living with a young lady at that time, actually, who owned the house, and he was renting a portion of the house. I said, do you know whether or not he's made any phone calls to Beaverton? And her response was, probably, because I just got the phone bill today and it was over $200 and some. So he's called everybody.
He obtained a copy of Woodfield's phone bill from his housemate. When he was on the road, Woodfield liked to stay in touch with former girlfriends, charging calls to his housemate's phone. Bishop searched the bill for Reitz's number. He didn't find it, but the other numbers on the bill formed a chilling pattern.
But all of a sudden, as I'm going through this, it became very obvious that what I'm seeing is scary. It's the map of I-5.
Beginning in December 1980, a predator hunted along Interstate 5 over 3 states, robbing roadside establishments, sodomizing and killing the young women who worked there. A task force had been set up to track the killer's movements, to gather the paltry clues. He was rigorously consistent, preying on strangers, leaving no prints.
Dark-haired, dark-eyed, described as handsome.
He often wore false beards and hoods.
About 6'2".
On January 18, 1981, 1 month before Reitz was killed, police and rescue were called to an office building in Salem, Oregon, several miles down I-5 from where Julie Reitz was killed.
What do you got?
Lisa Garcia and Sherry Hull had been cleaning an office when an intruder slipped in. The women were sexually assaulted. Both were shot in the back of the head. Astonishingly, Garcia never lost consciousness. Though groggy and confused, she was able to dial 911. A twist of fate had kept 2 bullets from entering Garcia's brain. Hull was not so fortunate. She died at the hospital. Detectives analyzed the office crime scene. They collected hair and fiber samples and 2 .32 caliber slugs. The evidence and the method of attack matched the profile of a killer who'd been creating a one-man crime wave. Oregon detectives believed they may have stumbled onto the trail of the serial killer who prowled Interstate 5. The I-5 killer's victims were always attractive young women with long hair. He would often bind their wrists with the same brand of white athletic tape. And when he killed, it was with bullets to the back of the head. Many robbery victims had caught a glimpse of him, but Lisa Garcia was the only one who had seen him kill. He was described as a white male in his 20s with dark, bushy hair. He wore an adhesive bandage on his nose, probably to distract his victims from noting his features. But police still didn't know who he was. He had committed more than 20 acts of rape and robbery and was already suspected of killing 5 women. Julie Reitz made it 6. Like the office building Garcia was shot in, Reitz's house was along the I-5 corridor. Garcia gave the I-5 killer a face. Reitz gave him a possible name, Randall Woodfield. The blood and hair samples gathered from Woodfield's apartment, bolstered by the paper trail of his phone bill, gave authorities enough evidence to go to Woodfield's home and arrest him for suspicion of murder as the I-5 killer. But to build their case, they needed as much evidence as they could muster. Lisa Garcia, the sole survivor of the I-5 killer's murderous attacks, was called in to identify him.
Either in the yes or the no column if it's not the mayor on this sheet that I've given.
Do what I say and you won't get hurt. Don't call the police. Where's the back room?
Thank you.
A lineup was arranged. Participants were asked to recite statements made by the I-5 killer.
Stand up to the microphone, please.
The circumstantial evidence against Randall Woodfield was strong.
Indicated that are underlined.
His physical description and movements matched the killer's profile. His housemate confirmed that he was out of the house on the nights the killer struck. The hairs from Woodfield's bedroom matched the strands found in Julie Rietz's bed and in the office building where Lisa Garcia was attacked. He had type B blood.
Do what I say and you won't get hurt. Don't call the police.
All the police needed was a credible eyewitness.
Do what I say and you won't get hurt.
Lisa Garcia unequivocally picked Woodfield from the lineup. It was the voice, she said, that clinched it. If the bullet found in his apartment could be linked to the .32 caliber slug removed from Lisa Garcia's skull, the case against Woodfield would be a lock. But police faced two problems. The single bullet found in his possession hadn't been fired, so it bore no marks that would enable police to compare it with a bullet from any crime scene. And worse, they had no gun to test fire it with. Traditional ballistics testing would be useless. Instead, investigators needed to compare the bullets atom by atom. At Oregon State University's Radiation Center, analyst Michael Conradi uses nuclear power to put criminals behind bars.
They called us up and described the evidence that they had and asked us if we could help them with that. We told them that that was an ideal situation for activation analysis.
Conradi received 4 bullet fragments from crimes police suspected were the work of the I-5 killer. He was also given the bullet found in Woodfield's gym bag. His job was to see if they matched. Manufacturers produced bullets in batches. Each tank of lead contains different amounts of the trace elements silver, copper, tin, antimony, and arsenic. A process called neutron activation analysis allows scientists to compare minute levels of these elements. This enables them to identify bullets produced in the same batch. Conradi cuts a sample from the bullet, flattens it into a wafer, and cleans it in nitric acid to remove contaminants. A pneumatic tube sends it on its 16-foot underwater journey to the core of a nuclear reactor. At the core, the sample is bombarded with subatomic particles called neutrons. Some of the atoms in the sample absorb some of these neutrons. The sample becomes unstable, releasing the extra neutrons in a burst of energy, in a process known as radioactive decay. Every element releases this radiation in its own unique and consistent pattern. By reading the pattern, the element and its quantity can be identified. Once the container is shuttled back to the lab, Conradi has to hurry before the radioactivity diminishes. Otherwise, he'll have nothing to analyze.
I have a minute to get the sample out, decapsulated, and on the detector.
He places the disc on a computerized sensor. The system produces a pattern showing the relative amounts of each trace element in his sample. If the unfired shot from Randall Woodfield's apartment matched the slug removed from Garcia, the suspect wouldn't be able to dodge a conviction.
Gary, you got the IR for the Woodfield
The samples yielded an identical pattern. Neutron activation analysis proved that the bullet fragments from the crime scene and the bullet from Woodfield's apartment came from the same batch. The bullet from his apartment matched the one taken from Lisa Garcia. Fiber, hair, and telephone records tied him to several other crime scenes. Woodfield was a sly, methodical killer who prepared for his attacks with a ritualistic intensity. His pattern was as consistent as it was deadly. His formula for targeting random victims made him seem unstoppable. But then he broke his routine and turned on someone he knew. That ultimately led to his capture. Based on the evidence, investigators assembled the final hours of Julie Reed's.
Mr. Woodfield would come to her house at approximately 3 in the morning, contact her. He had been drinking.
Hey, Julie.
Hi.
How you doing?
Asked if he could crash there for a while.
Just thought I'd come by to see you.
Yeah.
She apparently agreed. They had a couple of glasses of wine. She put on some coffee.
It's been okay because that's really all I have.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Because I think that's all I have. You're right there somewhere. Just give me one.
At that time, he pulled the gun, took her upstairs,
No, what are you doing? What is?
raped her, sodomized her, and then coming down the stairs, shot her twice in the back of the head.
Armed with an imposing forensics case, the prosecution was able to prove that Randall Woodfield was the I-5 killer. He was found guilty of murder, attempted murder, and 2 counts of sodomy. He is currently serving life plus 165 years in the Oregon State Penitentiary. A killer's motivations often lie beyond the scope of forensic investigators. Detectives must satisfy themselves with learning how, when, and by whom a murder was committed. On the afternoon of April 3rd, 1985, a bridge club convened at the Boonesboro, Virginia home of Derek and Nancy Hesome. Though both their cars were in the driveway, neither 72-year-old Derek nor his wife answered the door. Fearing trouble, the guests called a family friend who came over with a spare key. They were alarmed. Derek never missed their weekly game, certainly not when he was hosting. Inside, investigators from the Bedford County Sheriff's Department were faced with a gruesome scene.
Anybody call the coroner yet?
They determined that Derek and Nancy Hesome had been killed the previous weekend. Their throats were slashed, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Detectives eliminated robbery as a motive for the killing. There was no forced entry, no valuables or money taken. The floors were smeared with blood. Investigators wondered whether the odd patterns pointed to a cult killing. Forensics expert Steve Rush was one of the first on the scene.
The entire floor had been wiped in blood. All this kind of took me back because it was so unusual that somebody would, at that time, I thought, play in the blood.
As investigators scoured the scene for evidence, they realized that the cryptic swirls were actually the work of a murderer trying to cover his tracks. They feared he may have succeeded all too well. Normally, a messy crime scene yields many clues, but the scene at the Hesome house in Virginia wasn't the aftermath of a sloppy killer. When the criminal noticed that he was leaving footprints, he removed his shoes and camouflaged the tracks. A single print survived. The oak flooring on which it appeared was sent to the lab for analysis. At the Virginia Division of Forensic Science, Dr. Robert Hallett uses footprints to stop criminals in their tracks. He works from life-size photos to keep the original prints free from damage. From telltale weave patterns, he could see that the print from the Hesome house came from a foot in a sock. A bare foot would have made his job easier, because feet, like hands, bear tiny grooves called friction ridges. A print expert relies on these ridges to precisely match a footprint to a person.
They can make a positive identification to the exclusion of anyone else. They could say that that print was made by the person who gave them a known impression. That's not possible in this examination.
Hallett would have to base his analysis simply on the foot's anatomy. Though the photograph from the Hesome house indicated that the foot had been dragged, Hallett was pleased with the evidence.
The impression is complete. I have a heel, I have an arch, I have a metatarsal pad or ball of the foot, and I have 5 toes that are distinctly shown. And that is considered to be an excellent photograph to work with.
But until Hallett had something to compare it against, the bloody sock print would be useless. He would have to wait for a suspect to surface. Despite the lack of hard evidence, lead investigator Lieutenant Ricky Gardner was already forming an impression of the assailant.
It was obvious from the get-go that whoever performed or committed the murders was very angry with both Mr. and Ms. Hesome.
The Hesomes appeared to have known their assailant and had even shared a meal. Stale remnants of food and wine lingered at 2 place settings, but 3 chairs, not 2, appeared to have been pushed back abruptly from the table. The Hesomes were killed by someone they didn't fear, but should have. Gardner's team searched for any small clue they could find, any hint of the killer. They tried to elicit latent fingerprints by sealing the house and pumping it full of superglue fumes. Hours passed as they laboriously analyzed a house full of fingerprints. But out of the thousands lifted from every surface, no suspicious ones could be found. The killer left no fingerprints. Now investigators were out for blood, hoping to track the killer's movements by the bloody trail he left. To reveal subtle traces, the forensics team used luminol. The chemical combines with blood, even drops imperceptible to the human eye. When the light goes out, the luminol-enhanced blood glows under an alternate light source and filter.
The luminol indicated to us one person coming out of the house, going down to the driveway, and appearing to get into an automobile. These were photographed and swabs were taken and was identified as blood.
The victim's blood, tracked on the killer's socks, revealed only one set of prints. It confirmed a lone assassin. A more intense search continued inside to see what else the blood might reveal. Once again, they pored over every inch of the house, looking for telltale clues of the killer's movements. Through most of the house, the luminol told investigators nothing they didn't already know. Then, in the bathroom, the chemical revealed one single drop separated from the rest. The killer failed to completely wash it away. Detectives supposed it came from the killer's own wound. Testing showed that the droplet was type O. It could not have come from Derek, who was type A, nor Nancy, who was type AB. If the killer had bled elsewhere in the house, his blood would have been mixed with the victim's and been rendered unidentifiable. The careful killer had left a vague trail, but no hints about the motive. Investigators questioned friends and family, asking each where they'd been on the weekend of the murder and checking every story. No suspect surfaced. They hoped that the Hesome's daughter, Elizabeth, could provide information, since she had only recently left home. A freshman at the University of Virginia, she was an extremely bright young woman, educated in Swiss and English boarding schools. She described the Hesomes as warm and loving parents. She couldn't imagine who would want them dead. Elizabeth said that she and her boyfriend had been in Washington, D.C. when the murders occurred. She was able to provide movie stubs from the weekend. In checking her alibi, Gardner obtained their hotel and car rental receipts. The documents raised more questions than they answered. The car rental receipt showed they'd driven 669 miles, but the round trip from Charlottesville to D.C. is only 240 miles.
when I went to Charlottesville to talk to Elizabeth, I confronted her with the fact that we had learned of this, and she stated that they had done a lot of traveling and had gotten lost on several occasions. And I'd say, you have to get major loss to have that many miles on a car.
It was inconceivable that they racked up an additional 429 miles in 2 days of city driving, unless a trip to Boonesboro was added to the equation. Gardner contacted Elizabeth's boyfriend to hear his side. Jens Soring, a German citizen and son of a diplomat, shared Elizabeth's intellect and international background. The Jefferson scholar hardly seemed the violent type. Like Elizabeth, he said they had put the extra miles on the car when they got lost while sightseeing. Suspicions peaked when Jens refused to supply a blood sample or foot impression, claiming his involvement might endanger his father's diplomatic status. Police arranged a second interview with Jens. He never showed. Instead, Elizabeth's half-brother found a note in Elizabeth's apartment. In the note, Jens explained that he and Elizabeth, weary of the investigation, had left town. He asserted his innocence, claiming that he was not a violent person. A search was conducted. Jens and Elizabeth could not be found.
Well, since you've read, you already know. They're not coming back here.
Several days later, Jens's car was located 340 miles away at Newark Airport. Detectives believed that the couple had fled to Europe. With their international backgrounds, Elizabeth and Jens would have no trouble covering their tracks abroad. Interpol was notified, but had no recourse. No charges had been filed, no evidence against them had been gathered. The investigation came to a screeching halt. All police could hope for was that one day soon, the couple would slip up and resurface. Seven months passed. The prime suspects had fled to Europe. Then, in May 1986, a British detective searched the flat of a young couple who'd been arrested for check scamming. Browsing through a box of their love letters, he realized that they were guilty of more than fraud. The lovers had planned a murder. The letters and diary told a far different story than either Jens or Elizabeth had shared with police back in Virginia. Elizabeth had loathed her parents and their smothering involvement in her life. She particularly resented their intent to separate her from Jens. She wanted them dead. Would it be possible to hypnotize my parents, she wrote, do voodoo on them, will them to death? Why won't my parents just lie down and die? I despise them so much. Jens wrote that he was willing to help concoct a scheme to pull it off. A constable from Scotland Yard contacted Detective Gardner.
And he says, I understand you may be interested in Jens Soring or Elizabeth Hesome. And I'm going, yeah? All the time, you know, I'm sliding up in the chair a little bit more. And he says, were her parents murdered?
Gardner caught the next plane to England to confront Jens and Elizabeth with their own words. Elizabeth, struck with remorse, admitted she knew about the murders beforehand, but didn't commit them.
I think that was...
I'd never seen it.
She returned to Virginia for trial. Jens admitted killing the Hesomes, but as a German citizen, he hoped to get his case moved to Germany, where he would be tried as a minor. If found guilty there, he'd do only a few years' time. Then he could be reunited with Elizabeth.
He advised me that he was ready to tell me the truth, and he just started with when they met in the fall of, he and Elizabeth met in the fall of '84. They fell in love, and one thing led to another.
Jens told Gardner that he was so in love with Elizabeth, he'd do anything for her, even kill.
I mean, he was smitten, obviously, by Elizabeth. I mean, this was probably, if not the one of the first relationship that he had ever had. And I mean, she had manipulated him into the feeling that, you're my future, and we'll spend the rest of our lives together, and you're my only love. And he went for it. He fell for it.
But back in Virginia, Elizabeth turned on her lover. She portrayed Jens as a bloodthirsty psychotic who killed without much urging. She'd lived in a state of terror afterwards, she said, fearing that Jens would kill her if she went to the police. On August 24, 1987, Elizabeth pleaded guilty to being an accessory before the fact. She thought she'd get off easy, but she was sentenced to 90 years in prison. Jens fought extradition for 3 years. Then the United Kingdom agreed to extradite him when Virginia promised it would not seek the death penalty if he were found guilty. When it was clear Jens was to face hard time in the States, he changed his story, pinning the murders on Elizabeth. He claimed that the roles of killer and accessory were reversed. Elizabeth had killed her parents while he stayed in Washington. He'd lied about it until now to protect her. Jens was a good storyteller, but forensics would provide the definitive account. The next step in the Hesome murder investigation took place in the lab, where Elizabeth Hesome and Jens Soring made footprints.
And now I want you to walk through. Be sure all parts are touching. All right, stop. All right, now just walk right on through.
Robert Hallett compared these impressions with the print gathered at the crime scene. Transparencies were made of the prints. Hallett drew parallel lines through each image to compare them. A distinguishing feature appeared on the photograph of the bloody print. The ball of the killer's foot formed a plateau between the second and third toes. Following the line, Hallett found a striking similarity with Soring's footprint.
It exactly touched those same two positions on the impression of Jens Soring. However, when that parallel line, keeping it equidistant all the way across, came to this position for Elizabeth Hesome, the pad, the metatarsal pad, was significantly below, quite a bit below.
Elizabeth's print didn't have this feature and was eliminated. Hallett tested Jens's print further.
This is the impression that we're trying to determine as to who made. And I've placed an overlay over it, the right foot of Jens Soring, placement of the toes, the metatarsal pad, the ball of the foot, the arch, and the heel, all exactly match. There were no differences.
In Hallett's opinion, Jens Soring had left the print.
The foot that made that impression was either that foot by Jens Soring or someone that had a foot exactly like his, and I've never seen such a condition to exist.
Next, a sample of Soring's blood was tested against a single droplet found on the floor of the Hesome's bathroom. They matched. Both were type O. Soring couldn't get around the evidence in the case. A single sock print and one wayward drop of blood indisputably put him in the house on the night of the murder. His own letters spoke of premeditation.
I'll get it.
At trial, an account of the murder was pieced together. Jens and Elizabeth had met in school, but the Hesomes didn't think Jens was good enough for their daughter. They had been threatening to use their influence to have Jens expelled from the university.
Come on.
Determined to stay together, Jens said, he and Elizabeth made a plan. While she created an alibi in Washington, Jens drove to Boonesboro to kill her parents. They invited him in. He made a final plea to keep dating their daughter. Derek Hesome refused. He swore he'd do everything in his power to keep them apart. That's when Jens lost control. He pulled the knife he'd purchased that day and killed the Hesomes. For his crimes, Jens Soring was found guilty of first-degree murder and given 2 life sentences. Forensic science can't explain a killer's lethal obsessions, but detectives and the scientists they rely on are driven by obsessions of their own. In the field or in the lab, they are on a mission to stop killers, no matter how long it takes. In Reno, Nevada, 2 unidentified women are found dead. Can tiny fibers tie them to their killer? A skeleton, a shopping bag, and a single button are investigators' only clues to the identity of a woman and her killer. A sailor is killed on a Florida beach. Only a tire track in the sand marks the path to justice. The clues to murder often elude the naked eye. But no killer can escape the telltale traces of guilt. Reno, Nevada is known as a betting town. In February of 1995, someone gambled he could kill without a trace. A transient man was searching a dumpster for things he could sell when he made a gruesome discovery. Officers from the Reno police arrived and retrieved the body of an unidentified woman. It was almost completely camouflaged among the debris. For police, the myth of the perfect murder was dispelled long ago. Today, forensic science can win convictions from the most minute clues. But in this case, the killer seemed almost to be playing the odds. He could have disposed of the body in the desert, where no one would ever find it. Instead, he crafted an elaborate parcel, conspicuous because of its size, and hoped the dumpster would be empty before it was found. The complexity of the shroud was disturbing. The victim had been slipped into several large plastic garbage bags, which had then been carefully sewn inside a sleeping bag. The bundle was then wrapped in yellow plastic and tied with rope. The initial examination of the remains was made by the lead investigator, Detective David Jenkins.
That degree of packaging was unusual because of its complexity, and immediately suggested that there had been a lot of preparation and a lot of time involved in the packaging of the body. And that's uncommon in most body disposals.
Right away, this elaborate wrapping gave police several important clues. The killer needed time to encase the victim like a modern mummy. And he needed a very private laboratory where he could do his grim work. To identify the body, detectives reviewed recent missing person reports. One case stood out. With family photographs and fingerprints, police confirmed that the victim was Catherine Powell. She had disappeared the Friday before the body was discovered.
Her disappearance was first reported that next Monday, 2 days later, when she failed to show up to work. Miss Powell was an elementary school teacher, a very popular teacher. She was loved by her students and the other staff. And so immediately when she was reported as missing, there was a sense of urgency, both by her staff and by her family, who felt that her disappearance was far more sinister than just her not wanting to arrive at work.
At her home, police saw no signs of forced entry or violence. But when her family looked over the apartment, they noticed several items missing, including a laptop computer and printer, a camera, and her purse.
Yeah, she used to, she could tell.
While detectives combed her apartment, forensics investigators pored over the evidence from the dumpster. If the wrappings held a clue to the killer's identity, investigators couldn't find it. They had never seen a case like this before, and the killer's attention to detail made them nervous. Investigators focused on the remains. The ropes and wrappings were preserved for later analysis. Police were not even sure how the victim had died. There was no indication of fatal trauma on the body. Forensic science would have to tell the story. And for an expert eye, there were many trace clues to read. The Washoe County Sheriff's Forensics Lab assigned the case to investigator Rich Berger.
I don't really recall having attended an autopsy where there was such a profusion of trace evidence potential on a person's body. There was apparent a number of blue-green strings and tufts of material located basically from head to toe.
Besides the fibers, Berger found a single metal shaving tangled in the victim's hair. None of these traces matched the fibers or samples gathered at the victim's apartment. Police suspected they were linked to the killer. The victim's body also bore telltale bruises. It appeared that she had been bound, gagged, and possibly tortured. The injuries suggested the killer was male. But new information suggested he hadn't worked alone. While forensic pathologists continued to gather the minute physical evidence, Detective Jenkins studied Powell's credit card records. Any recent charges might shed light on where she had been. He saw that her card was used to buy a $2,000 stereo on February 5th, the same day she disappeared.
Exotic looking.
Yeah,
wide,
she was kind of exotic.
The clerk said he'd chatted with the woman who bought the stereo. She had claimed to be Powell.
They identified themselves as Miss Powell. They were making a purchase to give to their daughter during a wedding. We were aware, having spoken with Miss Powell's family, that Miss Powell had no children.
The clerk told police this woman did not fit the victim's description. He also recalled a crucial detail: the kind of truck the woman drove. Detectives traced it to its owner, a cable television installer named David Middleton.
That break allowed us to focus our investigative efforts specifically on an individual rather than just the overall circumstances involving her disappearance and the use of her credit cards.
Police interviewed David Middleton about Catherine Powell. Though he had recently installed cable service in her home, he said they had talked only briefly.
Do you know a lady by the name of Kathleen Powell?
He claimed ignorance about her disappearance and murder. He knew nothing about her credit cards.
What's your profession? What do you do for them?
But a background check revealed that Middleton was a convicted felon and a former police officer. While on duty in Miami, Middleton had lured found a young woman into his patrol car, drove her to a secluded place, and sexually assaulted her. Stripped of his badge, Middleton served 3 years in prison. Upon release, he moved to Colorado and then to Nevada. Middleton's girlfriend was charged with fraud for using Catherine Powell's credit card. But because Middleton's truck was used in the crime, police now had grounds to search his home.
We found a firearm, a shotgun. Mr. Middleton in the state of Nevada, because he is a convicted felon, was prohibited by law from possessing that weapon.
Possession of the shotgun was a felony. But while it was cause for Middleton's arrest, it did not implicate him in Powell's murder. Police found no fiber evidence at his home to link him to the crime. Middleton was interrogated again. This time he changed his story. Now he admitted to beginning a sexual relationship with Catherine Powell. He said that he had been with her one night, then left for an hour. When he returned, she was dead. He refused to offer any more information. Middleton was now a prime suspect in Catherine's murder. But investigators had not a scrap of real evidence to link him to the crime. At the Washoe County Forensic Science Lab in Reno, the fibers found clinging to Catherine Powell's body were leading investigators nowhere. Desperate for clues, they re-examined the bruises on the victim's body. Right away, they focused on one in particular. It had an unusual crescent shape. Suspecting it was a bite mark, Detective Jenkins sought the help of forensic odontologist Raymond Rawson.
Well, I saw just a few pictures of a body that had been autopsied, and there was a bruise on the left chest area, just almost to the armpit. It was a bruise that stood out from anything else on the body, so and it had the characteristics of a bite mark.
Hoping this mark would lead them to the suspect, X-rays and plaster impressions were taken of Middleton's teeth and sent to Dr. Rawson. He wondered how hard a person would need to bite in order to leave a bruise like the one found on the victim.
And if you see that, it leaves an indentation. Now, there's no bruising, and we found that you have to actually bite so hard that you can't stand it to create a bruise. So when we see a bruise on the skin, we know that there were at least 200 pounds pressure, and that wasn't a willing situation. Somebody would cry out in pain.
Next, Dr. Rawson compared Middleton's bite pattern with the bruise on the victim's body. He placed the X-ray of the biting edges over a photograph of the bite mark. The details of the X-ray matched the bruise.
We had one tooth that had a wear pattern on it, and that wear pattern was shown in the bruise. So it was a very good match.
The bite mark confirmed that Middleton was with Powell near the time of her death. A bruise this severe was no playful love bite. But neither was it evidence of murder. Police needed more concrete evidence. As news of the case spread, an anonymous informant called the police with a potential clue. Middleton had rented a large storage unit in nearby Sparks, Nevada. A search warrant was immediately served there.
That information was significant because for the first time we were able to locate a specific location where the kinds of activities involving the packaging of the body and the keeping of a body could have occurred.
A storage unit would make a perfect workshop for a killer. Even before detectives entered the shed, They were suspicious of the amount of recent activity there. The entry records, obtained by Deputy District Attorney Tom Deloria, showed how often Middleton visited the unit.
Well, we know from the gate entries, which was computerized at the storage facility, that Dave Middleton made numerous entries into that storage unit the Friday evening that Kathy Powell was abducted from her residence, Saturday, again Sunday, again Monday, again last entry being Tuesday morning.
Were police walking into a glorified closet or a killer's lair? They knew their case against Middleton hinged on what they found here. At first, the shed was unremarkable, crammed with personal property. And anywhere else, the duct tape and coils of rope would have seemed harmless. When they found the stereo receiver that was purchased with the victim's credit card, they knew they were onto something. Then they found the items missing from the victim's home. But police already knew Middleton had been to her apartment. Evidence of burglary does not prove murder.
Woman's wig.
The handcuffs were perhaps a souvenir of Middleton's police days. But the scraps of women's underwear and a stun gun were not so easy to explain away, especially in light of what they found next.
Find another frame.
A refrigerator lay on its back. The freezer's bottom had been cut away, and small, jagged air holes had been drilled into the sides. It had been modified, apparently to hold a human body. Above the refrigerator dangled a system of ropes and pulleys strong enough to hoist a human being. The detectives could only begin to imagine what perversions were acted out here.
This was a torture chamber, simply put. The refrigerator, having been placed on its back, almost suggested a coffin.
But did Middleton's depravity go as far as murder? Investigators still had to link him to the victim. In the refrigerator, they saw small blue-green fibers and human hair. As clues, they provided a glimmer of hope in a room full of horror. The refrigerator was brought back to the crime lab, where Rich Berger analyzed the fibers. To him, the threads in the refrigerator appeared to match those found on Powell's body, and genetic markers from the hair were consistent with the victim's.
The fibers from Powell's body were 100% cotton of a blue-green color, and that similarly those from the refrigerator were composed of 100% cotton and the same color. And that also the metal fragment from Catherine Powell's hair matched the metal and paint that went into the makeup of the freezer compartment of the refrigerator.
The metal shaving found in the victim's hair matched the metal from the crude air holes. Investigators found the link they were looking for. The trace evidence proved that the victim was in David Middleton's storage unit. Detectives now formed a theory of how she died. The air holes were simply inadequate to keep her alive. She had suffocated. While investigators were grappling with the monstrous acts of David Middleton, they learned that Powell may not have been his only victim. On April 9th, a man was walking his dog outside Verde, Nevada. he found the skeletonized remains of a human being. They were entangled in knotted ropes and plastic garbage bags. Police brought the remains to the crime lab. Criminalists compared its DNA to a sample from an unsolved missing persons case. They made a positive match. A check of dental records confirmed the victim's ID. She was Thelma Davina, who worked at one of the larger casinos in the area. She had been missing since August 8, 1994, the exact day Middleton had rented the storage shed. The excessive ropes, knots, and garbage bags found on Davina's remains mirrored those found on Catherine Powell's body. The knots provided information about the victim's final hours. The stresses applied to the knots showed that both women were alive when their hands and feet were bound, and they had struggled desperately against the ropes before they died.
We specifically looked at knots from two different murders and compared them to each other, showing that the same types of knots had been used in both these deaths.
Davina's DNA was then compared to the DNA traces found in Middleton's shed. The results were ironclad. Like Powell, she had been in the shed. But the DNA traces of several other people were also found there. If David Middleton was a serial killer, Powell and Davina were the only victims ever found. As the case against Middleton was prepared, the grim sequence of events leading to Powell's death became clear. Middleton, working as a cable TV installer, had probably gained access to her home under the pretext of checking her cable service. He then subdued her and took her to his storage shed. There, she was tied up, brutalized, and kept confined in the airless refrigerator. Sometime during this torture, she died. Middleton methodically wrapped her body in plastic garbage bags, sewed it into a sleeping bag, and enshrouded the bundle with yellow plastic bound with rope. Finally, under cover of night, he disposed of the remains in the dumpster. Police were fortunate the body was ever found. But Middleton didn't realize that a brimming dumpster would appeal not only to him, but also to a transient looking for scraps. He had been clever up to a point. The investigation uncovered the fact that Middleton had installed cable service in an apartment near Thelma Davina's home the week before she disappeared. And on the day of Davina's disappearance, a neighbor remembered seeing Middleton near her home. On September 15, 1997, the jury convicted David Middleton of 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Without the DNA evidence, without the trace and fiber evidence, without the metal evidence and experts, and most importantly, the testimony of our pathologist, we would have had no case. Without the trace evidence, we had nothing.
This evidence was so compelling that Middleton was condemned to 2 sentences of death by lethal injection.
Dave Middleton is not your typical killer. All I can say about this guy, as opposed to most of them, is certainly he's police smart and he's street smart. And when you have that, that's a dangerous combination.
Whether murder is committed in an urban jungle or far out in the countryside, some trace of the deed will be left to tell the tale. March 22, 1988. Deep in a forest south of St. Louis, there began one of the most baffling cases ever encountered by the Missouri State Highway Patrol.
And try to determine whether it's an Indian grave or it's a fresh grave, or it appears that it's been here for some time.
The case concerned fragments of a human skeleton. Was this an innocent, ancient death, or the victim of some monstrous modern crime? It would take some of the most specialized skills in forensic science to decide.
16 feet.
Sergeants Don Bazzelli, William Conway, and D.W. Kreitz were among the first on the scene.
I received a phone call from the ranger at the Boy Scout camp who advised me that he had discovered some skeletal remains. I went to the scout camp and he directed me to the graveside.
The investigation had its origins 4 months earlier. Raimo Pitkänen, a surveyor from Finland and former Eagle Scout, had been hired to make a map of the SF Boy Scout ranch. On November 2, 1987, he made an unwelcome discovery. Frightened of becoming involved, Pitkänen told no one what he found until just before his return to Finland.
Well, Interpol had the Finnish authorities contact the gentleman in Helsinki and conducted an interview with him, which was sent to us in Finnish, after which we had to have translated.
For nearly a week, investigators combed the site. Pickings were thin, a skull and lower jaw, a few strands of dark hair, and an assortment of bones, some scattered several hundred feet from the grave. Many showed tooth marks, signs they had been chewed by animals.
It's a very shallow grave. The bones, doesn't look like we're going to have many bones in it. We're finding on the outer perimeter a couple of bones that may belong to what we've got here. We're going to have to look into it. It's not much to go on right now.
But as the investigation continued, clues slowly began to emerge, including a plastic shopping bag.
We first thought that they could have been an Indian burial site, but then when we excavated the grave, finding the service merchandise bag and determining that it was probably from 1979 to 1985, finding that down in the grave really helped us.
There was another clue, one which would eventually narrow down the identity of the victim, a single metal button. Stamped across its face was a logo, Texwood. The next few weeks were frustrating for Conway and his colleagues. Preliminary investigations suggested the remains came from a young woman, perhaps 25 to 30 years of age, the mother of 2 or more children. Surely someone had reported her missing.
Well, the victim was first identified as a Caucasian female, and we started checking missing person reports on Caucasian females, and there were quite a few that fit the approximate age and size and weight of what we had.
In fact, this victim should have been especially easy to identify. She had perfect teeth.
The skull and the remaining teeth indicated no dental work and no cavities, which is very rare in our society, and we were able to eliminate a number of the suspected missing persons that we were investigating.
Soon, the investigators had eliminated all the missing persons from Missouri and from a half-dozen surrounding states. The skeleton in the woods was not a missing person, or rather, no one had reported this young woman as missing. The investigators decided to try another approach. They contacted forensic anthropologist Michael Charney at Colorado State University. He had a remarkable talent for identifying individuals from the most fragmentary skeletons. With near miraculous skill, he could often reconstruct the age, sex, and race, even the facial appearance of a missing person.
I said, wait a minute, the first thing that hit me is that this was not a white person. This was Oriental.
this was somebody of Mongoloid extraction, American Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Eskimo, something of that nature.
Charney had picked up on something the police investigators missed. White people and black people have relatively long, narrow faces. People of Mongolian and Asian heritage have much broader faces. Meanwhile, police investigators were making progress of their own with other physical evidence from the grave. Their attention centered on that button with the curious Texwood logo.
We thought when we found the button it would be an easy thing to identify. The word Texwood being on the button, we called Texas, trying to find someone down there that might know it. We found all kind of manufacturers with the name Tex and Texwood in Texas, but nothing would match. Finally, we called U.S. Customs. Within a couple hours, got a call back to contact an agent in New York who put me in touch with the representative of Texwood, who they manufacture the jeans, the blue jeans, in Hong Kong, and they're called the Levi of the Orient.
Texwood sold jeans exclusively in the Far East, slender cuts specifically designed for Asian figures. The police's portrait of the victim was growing clearer. More important, it matched the picture given by Michael Charney, a slim woman, Asian, in her mid or late 20s, a mother of 2 or more children. The likelihood of the victim being from Asia dramatically narrowed the field of possible victims. But who was she? One of the many leads police pursued involved a missing person in Georgia, an Asian female. Officers investigating the case obtained a photo of the woman, which they sent to Charney. Michael Charney's approach was simple in theory, but tricky in practice. Take a photograph of the skull and superimpose it over the image of the possible victim. The fit must be exact if an identification is to be made. Would Charney and his colleague Nita Bittner be able to match the police photographs to the skull found in the woods at the Boy Scout camp?
In this case, when we got the eyes and the nose in close proximity, the nose still doesn't match. It's too broad. The cheek depth is too far apart or not far enough on one side. The teeth are a mismatch and the chin is still out of place. After trying and refocusing for size and other distortions, we were still unable to come up with a match.
By now, every attempt to identify the victim had failed. Charney had one last suggestion: recreate the woman's face. The reconstruction of a face from a skull is among the most specialized and most spectacular skills in a forensic anthropologist's arsenal. It begins with mathematical precision. A collection of round rubber pegs of varying lengths glued to a plaster cast of the skull.
And there's another one that goes right
The pegs are landmarks, each identifying the thickness of soft tissue at particular points on the face. Next, the pegs are connected with strips of modeling clay. Bit by bit, humanity returns. Plastic eyes are placed in the sockets, and the skull comes to life. Careful modeling, perhaps dabbing with a damp sponge, gives the texture of skin. Paint, a black wig, will complete the transformation. For the first time, we can glimpse the victim face to face.
In doing a facial reconstruction, it's not as important that it's absolutely accurate, but that it gives a glimpse of who the person was to somebody out there who will hopefully recognize it. When we do our facial reconstructions, it's generally a last-ditch attempt.
Now, would anyone recognize the face rebuilt by Michael Charney's team? August 24th, a photograph of the reconstructed face appeared in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. 3 days later, 2 informants claimed that the photo looked like their friend, Bunchi Nyhouse. A mother of 2, she was a native of Thailand. They had not seen her since late 1983. Bunchi had a husband, Richard Nyhouse, an ex-GI whom she had met in Bangkok during the Vietnam War.
When we first talked to Mr. Niehaus, he appeared to be an upstanding citizen. He maintained a nice house by himself, clean, very upstanding citizen in a nice neighborhood. He was gainfully employed full-time. He was raising 2 sons on his own. They attended church, were very good students.
Niehaus had a ready explanation for his wife's absence. In December 1983, he and Bun Chi had a series of bitter arguments. She had insisted on leaving him and their 2 sons and returning to Bangkok. It was a story the officers didn't entirely believe. The way to resolve the matter was to eliminate Bun Chi as the victim in the forest grave.
He was very cooperative. He provided me photos out of their photo album of his wife that we could use if we needed to in the investigation.
The photograph was not ideal, but Michael Charney did his best.
Like any photograph at an angle would be, you have to get it in the same 2 planes exactly, you see.
Despite the difficulties of matching the position of face and skull, in the end, Michael Charney had no doubt that this was Bun Chi.
We first received word from our lab that Dr. Charney had matched the photographs of Bun Chi Niehaus to the remains that we had recovered. And at that time, the case took on a whole new outlook. We now knew who our victim was, and we also had a good suspect to start with in Mr. Niehaus.
The investigators quickly uncovered a series of incriminating facts. Richard Niehaus and his wife frequently had noisy arguments. He had taken several days off work in December 1983, the same time his wife disappeared. Soon after she vanished, Niehaus divorced Bun Chi and removed her as a beneficiary of his insurance. And then one final damning discovery.
We ultimately discovered that he was a Boy Scout leader, which then tied right into the fact that her remains were found in a Boy Scout camp. He had been actively involved with Boy Scouts with his children for many years.
By now, Richard Niehaus was the primary suspect. The investigators decided to invite him in for further questioning. They chose their moment with care. A weekend when Niehaus was camping at the SF Ranch, not far from where his wife's body had been hidden. The officers informed Niehaus the remains they had recovered had been identified as those of his wife. Niehaus admitted he had pushed his wife, who had fallen and hurt her head. When she threatened to call the police, to leave him, taking the children with her, he bent down, put his hand over her nose and mouth, and held it there until she was dead. Then he hid her body in the freezer.
The reason that we weren't getting any hits out of the computer files is that the victim's husband never reported her missing. He said that he took her to the airport and she went back to Thailand, but in fact he murdered her. Kept her in his house, in the freezer, for 3 months, and then took her down to the Boy Scout ranch and buried her.
Richard Niehaus was convicted of first-degree murder. He is now serving a life sentence without parole. Time and the elements had taken their toll on Bun Chi's body, adding to the difficulty of finding her killer. But even just a few hours can make the difference between solving a case and losing the trail forever. In September 1983, 2 friends near Jacksonville, Florida were shocked to find the body of a man. He lay on his side at the foot of a sand dune. His head showed severe wounds. Investigators from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office quickly responded. They found no identification on the body. The only clues were a broken pool cue and footprints leading to some tire tracks in the sand. Police worked carefully to gather and protect all the evidence. The tire tracks seemed like the most promising clue to lead to the killer. They were lucky to have it. Rain, the slightest breeze, or one false step could destroy the fragile traces. Preserving the tire tracks required particular expertise. The very act of making a cast could destroy them. Police called the Jacksonville Regional Crime Laboratory and forensic criminalist Ernest Ham.
So the crime scene was processed with these tracks in mind. The footwear tracks and the tire tracks were photographed. Then we want to make a plaster cast, because a plaster cast will give us a true representation, a three-dimensional representation of the object that made it.
Care in the pouring was crucial in order to prevent the weight of the plaster from destroying the print. If the evidence were altered, a killer might go free. After the plaster had set, the cast was carefully cleaned. Now, police had a perfect three-dimensional reproduction of the tire tread. It included the gouges and signs of wear that made that tire unique. But millions of tires roll on America's highways today. It seemed impossible for investigators to find the one tire that had made these tracks. They studied the plaster cast, noting the ribs and grooves of the tread design. Despite the odds of finding the tire, it offered investigators their best chance to catch the killer. Matching the track with a tire on a suspect's car would be as conclusive in court as a fingerprint. Ham searched through thousands of photographs in the pages of the tread design guide to find the one tire he needed. As Ham searched for a clue to the killer, another jogger found a clue to the victim. The wallet belonged to a 21-year-old sailor serving on a ship docked at the Mayport Naval Air Station in Jacksonville. An officer from the ship was called to the morgue. He confirmed that the victim was Jeffrey Michael Russell. An autopsy was performed on the victim's remains. He had been beaten, probably with the pool cue found at the scene. It bore no usable fingerprints. He had then been shot once in the head from less than 2 feet away. The pathologist recovered a .357 caliber bullet from the victim's brain. Russell's shipmate said he was well liked and had been out with friends on the night he died.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Police speculated that the victim might have even shared a round of drinks with his killers. He was last seen leaving a party, planning to hitchhike back to base. While the police traced the victim's movements, Ham continued his arduous, time-intensive search of the tread guide. Finally, after reviewing thousands of images, he found the single tire that matched the cast. The track at the beach was made by a tire commonly mounted on pickup trucks. Now, police knew what they were looking for, though it hardly seemed to advance their investigation. To find one truck out of thousands in the Jacksonville area would be daunting. But then police got a lucky break that saved them hundreds of hours. An officer, answering a call about a robbery, pulled over a suspicious truck. The driver tried to run off, but was soon apprehended and arrested. His name was Gregory Kokal. Police inspected his truck. They found a gun under the seat. Kokal was known to police. He was a suspect in a murder case several years before, though never charged. But his name had come up even more recently. Police had just received an anonymous tip that Kokal had bragged of robbing and killing a man on the beach. The gun retrieved from the truck, a .357 revolver, was the same caliber used to kill Russell. The officer then noticed that the tires seemed to resemble the ones involved in Russell's murder. Until now, solving the case had seemed like a long shot. Now, police had the prime suspect and possibly all the evidence to convict him. To make the charges stick, they'd have to link him to the scene of the crime. Police looked to the tires to make that connection. An officer compared Kokal's right front truck tire to a photograph from the tread guide.
The way he described it was that the hair stood up on the back of his neck, that he was really seeing what we told him he was going to see.
The tire was the brand and model they were looking for. But police were not certain it was the same tire that left its mark at the beach. Ham's work wasn't done. He still had to find the exact section of the tire's tread that had made the print. He scrutinized every inch of the tread, looking for cuts, gouges, and wear that matched the portion captured in plaster.
These are the marks and gouges that are put into a tire as you drive it. These will leave what we need for making a positive identification. This makes this tire unique.
But every mile driven since the night of the murder put new wear marks on the tire and altered the old ones. Even if Ham had the exact tire in his lab, it might be too late to make the perfect match. A killer could still go free. Jacksonville police were building a murder case on a foundation of sand. Now they needed harder evidence. After careful analysis, investigators found marks in Gregory Kokal's tire that matched the casting made at the crime scene. But police needed to prove that Kokal himself was there. They hoped Kokal's .357 would provide the smoking gun they needed. If this was the exact gun that fired the fatal bullet, investigators had to prove that Kokal pulled the trigger. Ham performed 3 tests designed to link the gun with the crime.
Our first examination would be a visual examination, because we want to see if there's any other sort of trace matter on the weapon before we subject it to some sort of processing techniques, such as, in this case, because it's a head wound, if it was a close head wound, we could possibly have tissue blowback into the weapons.
But this test was a dead end. No tissue or blood was found on the gun. The next step was to test it for fingerprints. The gun was sealed in a glass cabinet and exposed to fumes of cyanoacrylate ester, or common superglue. These fumes adhere to fingerprints, making them easier to see and compare.
But based upon the individual characteristics of the ridges, the endings and the divisions and the dots, we can make a positive identification from any part of the body that bears friction skin.
The fumes did their work in just a few minutes. The print on the gun was compared to Kokal's prints at his arrest. They were a perfect match. This one fingerprint only proved that Kokal had held the gun. It did not prove that this gun had fired the fatal bullet. That could only be determined by a ballistics test. The test-fired bullet was placed side by side on a microscope for comparison with the bullet that killed the victim. The investigator lines up the rifling patterns on both bullets. A video monitor allows him to see the minute scratches on the soft lead. If the marks align, he has proof that the same gun fired both bullets. And that's precisely what he saw. The scratch marks on both slugs were identical. Investigators had found the murder weapon. As the prosecution prepared for trial, the events of Russell's final night came into focus. As he hitchhiked back to the base, he was picked up by Gregory Kokal and a friend. But instead of dropping Russell at his quarters, they drove him to the beach, beat him, robbed him of the only dollar he had, and then Kokal shot him. Crimes committed by strangers on strangers are the hardest to solve. But the scratches on the bullet, the fingerprint, and the tire tread bore the traces of the killer's guilt. Close forensic analysis pulled them together to make a solid case against Kokal.
The weapon was the weapon that fired the fatal shot. The fingerprint belonged to the individual that was suspected of committing the crime.
The senseless, random nature of the murder assured that Gregory Kokal and his accomplice would receive stiff sentences. Forensics proved beyond a doubt that Kokal fired the fatal bullet. He was sentenced to death. His friend was deemed an accessory to murder and received 14 years. For years, only the most obvious evidence could be used to solve a murder. Today, scrupulous collection methods by police and rigorous evidence processing by forensics experts are helping to assure that nothing gets overlooked. A tourist town becomes a death trap for 3 vacationing women. Investigators must link the suspect to the crime scene, or their case will be dead in the water. During her abduction, a woman is shot on videotape. Can the blurry image help detectives zoom in on her killer? A murder case rests on 2 computer disks that have been cut to ribbons. Now, investigators must invent a way to assemble their evidence bit by bit. Every phone call can be followed. Every transaction leaves a trace. Most of us never give it a second thought. But when a crime occurs, technology becomes an electronic witness. June 4th, 1989, investigators in Tampa, Florida found themselves plunged into the depths of a mystery. At 9:30 in the morning, boaters discovered a body floating in Tampa Bay. Its hands were tied behind its back. Duct tape covered the nose and mouth. The victim was naked from the waist down. The Coast Guard arrived to recover the body. They cut it free of a weight that dangled below the surface. The victim was female. As they carried her to shore, another call came in. A second body had surfaced 7 miles away. Like the first, she was bound and apparently raped. She was also thrown in alive. It was clearly a victim of the same killer. St. Petersburg detective Sindra Cummings worked the case.
This body, the second one, also had a yellow nylon rope tied around her neck. It was another female, nude from the waist down. The end of the rope around her neck was tied to a 2-cell cement block. Her feet were tied together. Her hands were tied at one point, but we believe she struggled and she was able to get her hands free in the water before she died.
The killer hadn't finished. No sooner had the second body been recovered than a third victim surfaced 200 yards away, killed in the same manner. The triple homicide in the water sent out ripples of activity. Police boats scoured Tampa Bay for more victims. Divers descended to the bottom. But no more bodies were found. That was the good news. The bad news was that the killer left no immediate clues. He was still out there, somewhere.
Whoever killed these women had to be some kind of a monster.
The autopsy revealed the 3 women had been dead between 2 and 3 days, giving their killer ample time to flee. Each died from lack of oxygen, either from the tape across their noses and mouths, the rope around their necks, or by drowning. The horror of the crime was compounded by the anonymity of the victims. In a tourist spot like Tampa, people come and go every day. The victims could have come from anywhere. The case was heavily publicized, hoping that someone who knew the victims would come forward. Hundreds of leads poured in. 60 detectives were assigned to follow up. Not one lead panned out. Meanwhile, 1,100 miles away in Van Wert County, Ohio, a dairy farmer named Hal Rogers grew anxious. His wife, Jo, and daughters Michelle and Christy were vacationing in Florida.
But I wish Dad could come. Why can't he?
It was their first time off the farm.
You know someone's got to stay on
The girls had never been to the ocean before and were very excited. But Hal couldn't escape his obligations at the farm and had to send his family without him. Their last postcard was dated 11 days earlier, and they hadn't called in a week. He knew something was wrong. While Hal Rogers contemplated a trip to Florida to look for his family, a maid at a Tampa hotel had suspicions of her own. For 7 days, she returned to the same room to clean it, but found that the occupants hadn't slept in the beds or even opened a bar of soap.
I never saw anybody.
Nobody at all.
The publicity surrounding the murdered women was fresh in her mind. Wondering if there were a connection, she told her manager about the room. He notified the police. The room was registered to Jo Rogers. She had arrived with 2 children. Forensics dusted for fingerprints. One set was positively identified as one of the murder victims. Identification was difficult because the bodies were so decomposed when found. But investigators at last had something to work with. On the hotel registration, Rogers had listed her vehicle. The car wasn't in the parking lot. Tampa police spread out to locate it. They found it parked at a boat ramp 2.5 miles from the hotel. Forensics combed every inch of it for clues. They found a tourist brochure. On the back were handwritten directions to their hotel. The penmanship was compared against Joe's, Christie's, and Michelle's. It didn't match. It was apparently written by someone they met on the road. To investigators, this meant only that they became lost and asked someone for directions. It was hardly a lead. A tourist's life is full of such brief interactions with strangers. That's precisely why investigators were so troubled by this case. The killer, too, was no doubt a stranger to the victims, and crimes committed by strangers are the hardest to solve because nothing connects victim to killer.
It could be anyone from the entire Tampa Bay population that we were concerned about. And it had everyone in Tampa Bay area concerned and worried because the victims were just tourists, someone that everyone can identify with. They weren't in a drug area, they weren't doing anything illegal or anything wrong, and here they were singled out and victimized by an unknown person. And we had no leads to the suspect, nothing to start with.
Investigators also found a sheet of hotel stationery with directions to the boat ramp. They included the words blue with white. Because the directions were to the boat ramp and the women were killed on the water, detectives assumed the words described the killer's boat. It also described hundreds of other boats in Tampa Bay. Investigators determined that the handwriting on the stationery matched Joe Rogers. The killer must have visited or phoned her at the hotel and dictated them. But no one had seen him, and the hotel didn't keep a log of incoming calls. The ferocity of the crime told police that the killer probably had a prior record. More than likely, he worked his way up to murder through a series of smaller crimes. But without further leads, the investigation stagnated. Months rolled by as waves of suspects arose and were eliminated. In October, 4 months after the murders, investigators received a bulletin about a rape that occurred on a boat at Madeira Beach, 2 weeks before the Rogers were killed. The victim was a tourist. Madeira Beach was only 10 miles from the murder scene. Sergeant Glenn Moore says the similarities between this case and the Rogers rape and murder didn't stop there.
The suspect in the Madeira Beach case had threatened to use duct tape on the mouth of one of the victim on the Madeira Beach rape case, and that was what was used on our victims. He also threatened this woman with dying. Was it worth dying for? And he also had a blue and white boat.
The victim gave police a description of the rapist.
His eyes were sunken, very sunken.
Besides his blue and white boat, she also remembered that her attacker drove a dark four-wheel drive vehicle with tinted windows. A composite of her attacker's face was published in the papers. Tips flooded in. Months passed as detectives chased every lead that could connect a suspicious stranger to the victims. It came to nothing. By now, almost a year had passed, and all they had was a picture of a rapist who may or may not be the killer. Without any promising leads in the Tampa Bay triple homicide, Sergeant Glenn Moore reviewed the evidence collected so far. He had a composite sketch with no ID and a brochure with directions to the hotel written in a stranger's hand. The brochure was taken to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab in Tampa and processed to reveal fingerprints. It held some prints that didn't belong to any of the victims. They were analyzed by latent print examiner Sam McMullen.
There's what we call, or refer to sometimes as writer's palm, and that's when you're writing a document the way that your hand, the palm of your hand falls on the document itself.
A palm print is just as conclusive as a fingerprint in making an ID. Whoever left these prints wrote the directions on the brochure. Now detectives wondered if this same person possibly killed the Rogers. If this writer were the killer, his fingerprints were probably on file for prior offenses. Although palm prints become part of a repeat offender's record, they aren't usually cataloged in the computerized fingerprint system. Investigators had no way of doing an automated search. All they could do was manually compare the print against each new suspect that surfaced. More time slipped by without a match. The prints and the writing sample seemed useless. Moore wouldn't let the investigation die. The man who killed the Rogers was at large, and police were determined to find him. To flush him out, they held press conferences, posted billboards.
And typically what happens is you put up a picture of the victims and you say, does anybody know anything about this case? I think what was a little bit different and unique about what we did with the billboards is we actually put a picture of the handwriting evidence up on the billboard and asked people to look at that and tell us if they knew who the handwriter was.
Among the deluge of leads, one stood out. A woman named Joanne Steffi told police that the handwriting looked like a former neighbor's, an aluminum siding contractor named Oba Chandler. She had seen the composite when it first appeared and thought it resembled Chandler. But she wasn't sure. The handwriting rekindled her suspicions.
When we put the handwriting up on the billboards and it brought it back to her attention, she went and checked with some other neighbors and some other people and found some contracts for the business he was in. She made the visual comparison herself along with her neighbors, and they decided it was a great likelihood this was the writer, so they gave us a call.
The contracts and brochure were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, where they were scrutinized by document examiner Teresa Stubbs.
The examination of handwriting is really a study of movement. You're looking at all the aspects of the writing, the beginning strokes, the ending strokes, the height relationships of letters to other letters. Once I had familiarized myself with all those habits that were on the brochure, then I compared them with the habits found in the known sample of writing submitted as being that of Mr. Chandler. I found that they were significantly similar in all aspects with no differences.
The handwriting match was the break the detectives needed. A little more digging, and investigators found that 45-year-old Oba Chandler had a long criminal record, having been charged with everything from burglary and counterfeiting to kidnapping. Police obtained his palm prints from his prison records. The print found on the brochure matched Oba Chandler's right hand. They had their suspect. Now they had to build their case.
And how are you?
Detectives arranged a photo lineup with the Madeira Beach rape victim, asking if she could identify the man who attacked her.
In these particular photographs.
She selected Oba Chandler's picture. More confident than ever that Chandler was the murderer, Sergeant Moore kept him under surveillance to see if he would tip his hand. He didn't. And they didn't have enough to arrest him. To prove he killed the Rogers, they had to place him at the scene of the crime. The waters of Tampa Bay held no clues, but maybe the answer was in the air. Detectives sought his phone records to see if they could trace his whereabouts. Chandler's phone records showed that on the night of the murders, June 1st, 1989, 5 calls were made between 1:30 and 5 a.m. The prefixes showed that these calls were shipped to shore, made collect to his home.
They were extremely important. They put Oba Chandler on his boat the night of the killings, the night that the women were murdered and thrown into the bay. We could prove that Oba Chandler was on his boat.
At his trial, Chandler said he'd been fishing on the bay that night when his engine failed. He told the jury that his fuel line broke, and by the time he fixed it with duct tape, he'd lost all his gas. He was stranded until a passing boat rescued him the next morning. But the jury didn't buy his fish story. On cross-examination, Chandler couldn't explain why he called home but didn't call a towing service. He couldn't describe where the fuel line enters the engine. He didn't realize that duct tape doesn't stick to a gas-covered fuel line. And most importantly, he didn't know his engine had an anti-siphon valve, making it impossible for the gas to leak out if the line burst.
I believe that was one of the defining moments for the jury, to see him on the stand and to see all of what he said proven wrong.
The prosecution presented a more credible scenario.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know how to get to the Viking Hotel?
Yeah, which one?
Lost in Tampa, Jo Rogers and her daughters stopped to ask directions to their hotel. The friendly stranger who showed them the way was Oba Chandler. Now he knew where they were staying. He may have called them shortly after they checked in, inviting them to watch the setting sun from aboard his boat. Jo jotted down the directions, and off they went. There was no time to unpack. When they arrived at the pier, Chandler was there to greet them. They boarded the boat, never suspecting this was to be their last sunset. For his crimes, Oba Chandler was sentenced to death. Oba Chandler didn't care who he killed. Most murderers are more selective. The road to their conviction begins with a motive. In Northumberland County in central Pennsylvania, a young girl returned home from her grandparents' house. She'd walked this path dozens of times, and her mind was a million miles away. But on June 12, 1989, the foul smell of decay caught her attention. She cautiously investigated, hoping it wasn't a dog struck by a car. What she found was far worse, a human body.
How long ago?
Pennsylvania State Police rushed in to document the scene before the body was transported to the morgue for autopsy. Every homicide investigation begins with 3 questions. Who's the victim? When did the murder take place? And who did it? District Attorney Robert Sakavage, now a district judge, searched for answers.
We could not get a quick identification. We had to use scientific techniques. We had to get a forensic odontologist to examine the teeth and so forth for that purpose. Also, we were interested in finding what the time of death was.
The warm weather had taken its toll. There wasn't much left to collect. All that the police could tell was that the victim was female. She didn't easily surrender information about her death. Her clothing provided the first clue. County Coroner Richard Ulrich analyzed the remains.
The clothing was removed, and upon being removed was displayed and was examined further, and at this point in time it was felt that she suffered repeated stab wounds to the back through the clothing, which indicated blunt force sharp injury.
Next, the insect life colonizing the body was examined. The life cycles of flies and beetles can be used to estimate the time of death. The longer a body sits, the more generations of insects it nourishes. It was determined that the victim was killed between 19 and 25 days earlier. The dental records identified the victim as Lori Ocker, who had disappeared 19 days before, on May 24th. Lori Ocker and her son had moved back in with her parents after separating from her husband. She was last seen leaving home at 3:30 for her job at a pet store in the mall. By 4 o'clock, she hadn't arrived at work. Her boss phoned her home to see where she was.
She left for work
Her mother was concerned.
a half hour ago.
She should have been there already. Thinking her car may have broken down, her parents retraced her route. They saw no sign of her until they arrived at the mall. Her car was parked near the entrance, but no trace of Lori was found until her body was recovered 19 days later. For almost 3 weeks, Lori Ocker was considered a missing person. But now her case was turned over to homicide, and attention shifted to finding her killer. Lori's mother told police that Lori had received threats from her estranged husband, Robert Ocker. The couple had been battling over custody of their son. Lori had been so afraid of Robert that she kept a shotgun under her bed for protection. He became the prime suspect. Shortly after Lori disappeared, police had questioned Robert Ocker. He told investigators that he'd been out running errands in his Plymouth Caravelle. He hadn't seen Lori. His parents, questioned later, agreed that he'd been out, but said he'd driven his mother's car, a 1984 Chevy Celebrity. At the time, the inconsistency meant nothing to investigators. Robert may have been lying because he wasn't covered on the Chevy's insurance. To prove Robert's involvement, they'd have to place him at the scene of the abduction. Police went to the mall to see if anyone had seen anything suspicious. They spoke to a teller at the bank next to the mall entrance. She suggested that perhaps the tape from the automatic teller machine held some clue, since it captured the portion of the parking lot where the victim parked her car.
Well, I don't remember seeing it, but
An ATM camera snaps still images onto videotape at preset intervals. The camera at the mall where Ocker disappeared took a picture every 10 seconds. Lori Ocker had been missing 5 days by the time investigators were able to obtain the tape. The image, fuzzy but undeniable, was Ocker's car. Next to it was a figure, assumed to be Ocker. It was the next image, taken 10 seconds later, that caught investigators' attention.
The picture was not clear. The focus of the camera was on a person who was negotiating a transaction with the machine. Over his shoulder, deeper into the parking lot, was what we believe a scene of abduction.
The image showed a car crossing the victim's path. She's leaning into the car. In the next frame, the car is driving away and Lori is gone. The car, though ghost-like, vaguely resembled the Chevy owned by Robert Auker's mother. Robert Auker was a suspect by virtue of the fact that he and Lori parted on such hostile terms. Lori feared for her life, but it appeared that Robert had managed to lure her into the car.
At the time of this abduction, Robert Auker was exercising his first weekend of visitation, and he had in his custody the child. We absolutely have no statements to that effect, but circumstantially, we know that how devoted she was to that child. Is there any conceivable reason she would have gone into the car? Probably. If somebody would have told her that something was wrong with her child or she was needed, she might do it for that reason.
Investigators faced two obstacles linking the car to the homicide. First, the image on the ATM was too blurry to conclusively prove it was the Chevrolet. And second, Robert Auker's father had sold the car 3 days after Lori Auker disappeared. It had changed hands 4 times in the months since Auker sold it. It was finally traced to its new owner, 90 miles away. Despite the fact that the car had been thoroughly cleaned prior to sale, the forensics team was able to raise clues from the vehicle. In a door gasket were strands of hair consistent with the victim's. It had pulp on the end, indicating that it didn't just fall out.
The question was, why would Lori Auker's hair be there in a car not belonging to Robert Auker, but belonging to the mother? We also had information that she seldom, if ever, was near that vehicle.
Gentlemen. Hello, Kurt.
Clue by clue, the circumstantial evidence was building against Robert Auker.
The rear light configuration, this is a much...
But investigators knew that the case depended on identifying the vehicle on the tape.
Without any witnesses, our main witness in the case was the camera itself. Murder is not a spectator sport. You seldom get eyewitnesses to a murder.
Right.
Investigators tried the next best thing.
The original.
They reconstructed the crime using the Auker's Chevy.
Have any other ATM photographs that we're going to use?
They positioned it in the parking lot to approximate the unknown car, and they taped it with the same camera and focus as the ATM image. Then, the two images were compared. The results were encouraging, but inadequate to snuff reasonable doubt. The tape from the ATM wasn't enough. Investigators knew they needed to enhance the image, but in 1989, enhancement technology was in its infancy. They didn't know if it was possible to clean up the video. Sakavage contacted Eastman Kodak for help. They suggested NASA. If anyone on the planet had the ability to turn fuzzy images into hard evidence, it would be the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization at Kennedy Space Center. Principal investigator Alan Tietjen is in charge of analyzing images from shuttle launches for evaluation or troubleshooting. When the Pennsylvania State Police contacted him, he knew that enhancing the ATM tape wasn't rocket science, but it was close.
The process was very much the same. The source material was different in that videotape from a ATM machine is poorer quality than what we normally deal with.
Tietjen knew the quality of the image was too poor to identify faces or the license plate. The best he could hope for was to identify the car model. The image was loaded into a computer which converted it into a digital image made of dots of light called pixels. 512 pixels per line, 512 lines per image. The process took 5 days. The computer, governed by a set of mathematical equations, manipulates the pixels, enhancing the picture.
There is no human intervention directing a specific result. The mathematics determine the result.
Each set of equations produces a different outcome. Tietjen had to be meticulous in his methods. He was setting a precedent. Never before had video enhancement been used in a capital case. He devoted 3 weeks to enhancing the ATM video. Once he completed it, he set to work enhancing the police reconstruction video. He used the same parameters for both in order to demonstrate that the images were in fact enhanced and not altered. Even with enhancement, the car in the original video wasn't perfectly clear. To make their case, investigators hired an expert from General Motors to identify the make and model of the car. He identified it as a Chevy Celebrity, model year 1983 or 84. Robert Auker's mother drove a 1984 model. Sakavage had placed the Auker's car and Robert Auker at the crime scene. The image enhancement made his case. Based on the forensic evidence and the unambiguously enhanced images, Robert Auker was sentenced to death for the kidnapping and murder of his estranged wife, Lori Auker. The landmark case also established image enhancement as a powerful tool in the crime fighter's arsenal.
There are video cameras all around us. So they're capturing images, and whenever anything significant happens, now police are going to those cameras to try and capture some critical evidence, and now they're using digital imaging to try and get it enhanced to a point where it's more reliable than it would have otherwise been.
Every murder investigation is like a puzzle. Solving it requires finding the right pieces. But in a case in the Philippines, investigators had the pieces they needed. They just didn't know how to fit them together. In the pre-dawn hours of February 25, 1991, a disabled truck on a desolate road caught the eye of a taxi driver in Angeles City, the Philippines. He stopped to assist the driver. He realized he had no help to offer. The woman behind the wheel was dead. When police arrived, the key was still in the ignition. The driver was still strapped into her seat. She was an American. Officials at nearby Clark Air Base were notified.
Calling Central, this is Chief Gindon. Pwedeng pakidala dito ng mga pulis para ma-check natin itong babae ito mukhang kay Clark Air Base.
Life on the base is tight-knit. The first investigator on the scene thought he recognized the truck and its driver, a Master Sergeant's wife named Julie Snodgrass.
Tim Davis.
Office of Special Investigations Regional Forensic Consultant Lieutenant Colonel Tim Davis was summoned.
As we approached the truck, one of the agents came over and said, "Sir, I think it's Julie." When I walked up to the truck and looked in, I just said, "Oh my God!" And you don't forget those kind of things. I will tell you that. You just don't.
As an Air Force wife, Julie was a friendly face at picnics and parties, which she attended with her husband, Joe, and sometimes their 2 young children.
She was a good gal to be around, friendly, never knew an enemy. That's what I had a problem with when I was at the scene, was that I'd just seen Julie 2 days before, and I'd ask her, hey, I told her she looked great. She's got this great glow in her eyes, this great smile, and it's tough.
The glove box had been ransacked. Its contents spilled across the seat and onto the floor. Superficially, it looked like a robbery, but it was too violent for that. The victim had been stabbed more than 40 times.
This was an act of violence. This wasn't an act of, hey lady, give me your purse. I'm going to steal your truck. It wasn't anything like that. This was an act that was done clearly to kill Julie.
The truck was carefully transported to a garage at the base where it was swabbed for blood that might belong to the killer. Hair and fibers were also collected. The sample were sent to the Army Crime Lab at Camp Zama, Japan. The results were disappointing. None of the blood, fibers, or hair found in the car pointed to anyone other than the victim. Investigators hoped that more significant clues were still to be found. The truck was carefully enclosed in a tent and fumed with superglue vapor, which exposes latent fingerprints. Some partial prints were lifted from the dashboard. They didn't belong to Julie or Joe Snodgrass, but the Philippines had no system to match fingerprints with known felons. It was another dead end. Besides the brutality of the crime, one question kept nagging at Davis. What was the victim doing in that part of town, especially at that hour?
If Julie went somewhere, generally it was on base only. Very rarely did Julie ever go off base.
The victim's husband, Joe Snodgrass, was questioned about the night of the murder. It was an awkward situation. Joe was in charge of managing all the evidence collected from crimes involving Air Force personnel in the Philippines. Because of his personal connection, the murder of his wife was one case he was not cataloging.
Joe, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Where were you?
Snodgrass told investigators that he and Julie argued. She stormed out.
Well, that day I was out
He called
shopping
several
with
of
my
her
wife,
friends to see if they'd seen or heard from
we had
her.
a fight, and,
He
we
even
pretty
kept a
much fought for
log of
remainder
the
of
calls
day,
he'd
so
made.
around 10:30 she just left.
That level of attention to
So I
detail
just came
raised
back to the
suspicions.
If you're watching and you believe in the TV cop stuff, primarily one of the things that a guilty person does is keep a log of the phone calls. So you just think, oh come on, this is too obvious here, but he actually did.
Joe and Julie Snodgrass had a history of domestic problems. In fact, a year earlier, Julie had divorced Joe and moved back to the States with their children. Joe had convinced her to come back to him 1 month before her death.
Okay, what kind of job do you do?
To see if their relationship was souring once again, investigators spoke to their housekeeper.
And I take care of the children.
She was nervous and unable to offer any information about the Snodgrasses' relationship.
Where you at?
Considering her daily interactions with the family, that seemed strange. Investigators had no evidence to justify their suspicions about Joe Snodgrass. Then, the housekeeper decided to come clean.
So, Lucy, what did you do?
Just as the investigation into the murder of Julie Snodgrass was hitting a wall, the timid young housekeeper broke the case open.
What did you do with the letter?
She admitted to having an affair with Joe Snodgrass. More than that, she told investigators that he had written her a letter asking her to hire her relatives to kill Julie Snodgrass.
He asked me to find somebody to kill her. He wanted me to find...
She destroyed it. But her word was enough to get a warrant to search Joe's office.
Did you get to find your relative? What?
Investigators confiscated some handwritten letters and computer floppy disks from his office.
This is some. Yeah. We'll keep looking back here. Okay.
Then, as a matter of legal procedure, Snodgrass was called in to identify the items collected in order to establish ownership.
What's that?
When presented with the floppy disks, Snodgrass suddenly lunged forward and pulled something out of his pocket.
We heard one of the agents call out he has a weapon, and at that time a number of agents who were armed ran by us and ran to the interview room, and then it was determined at that point that Joe had a pair of scissors.
Snodgrass had concealed a pair of pinking shears.
He had grabbed the disc all in basically one motion. This was like flash second stuff, and Joe began to cut the disc up into pieces. This is evidence. This is not supposed to happen, but it did.
Look at this. The discs obviously contained something incriminating.
That stuff.
Could their data be salvaged? Davis wasn't hopeful.
I mean, you've taken something that was intact and now it's in 20-some pieces, and in your mind, it's there in a sense becomes 23 more pieces of evidence. How do you deal with it?
That was the question of the hour. No one had ever dealt with anything quite like it before. He sent the fragments to the Department of Defense Computer Forensics Laboratory in Washington, D.C. They became the responsibility of Special Agent Jim Christie of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations.
From the time I got the initial phone call from the Philippines, we had all our computer crime investigators out trying to find someone who had a technique to recover the data, because no one had ever tried that before. You're gonna like this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So it's just from the Philippines.
Not only were the discs cut up, each piece was crumpled as well.
Cool. No problem.
Christie shopped the discs to private companies, to other law enforcement agencies, to the FBI. Each politely declined, saying the task was impossible or staggeringly expensive.
So when my deputy, Ed Cutchins, and we drove around the Beltway, picked up our discs, and we're driving back around the Beltway and coming back to the headquarters here, and Ed said, okay, you've let everybody else have a shot at this, you're going to let me have a shot. And I said, what are you going to do? He said, well, I'm going to scotch tape them back together. And I won't tell you what I told him at that point.
They experimented with blank, formatted discs, cutting them, taping them back together, and slipping them into a drive to see if the data were still readable. The first attempt was disappointing.
So we turned it on, and I watched my disk drive bounce across the table for about 10-15 seconds till the read-write heads ripped off.
Before they tried again, investigators placed a second floppy underneath the taped floppy to cover up the seams. They saw their first glimmer of progress. The disk drive survived. But before they could apply the technique to the actual disk fragments, they had to flatten them out. Once again, brainstorming and intensive trial and error brought results. A soldering iron placed in a section of aluminum tubing provided the right amount of heat and pressure to flatten the fragile sheet. Once the segments were flattened, investigators had to try to read them. They knew they might only have one chance, so when putting the pieces together, they erred on the side of caution.
We're afraid that if we put them all together, that if one piece ripped and caught the head, it might tear up the other evidence. So we decided to create host diskettes, what we called host diskettes for each piece.
Each fragment was spliced onto its own separate host diskette and read individually. 23 fragments, 23 host diskettes. One chance to catch a killer. Computer forensics experts in Washington, D.C. puzzled over how to assemble the pieces of the mutilated diskettes in order to solve a murder. Some of the fragments were so small, investigators didn't know how to align them on the disk. These more troublesome pieces were sprayed with a solution called Magna-C. The magnetic spray dries to a powder and reveals the magnetic tracks on the disk fragments. Once the fragment was properly aligned on the host diskette, the powder was brushed away. Finally, came time to read the fragments. To analyze and display the bits and pieces of data, investigators relied on a software package called AnaDisk, developed for law enforcement. AnaDisk kept a trail of the separate segments of data and displayed them on the screen so they could be combined. The pieces, in more ways than one, were falling into place. But the splices still caused problems. Information on a diskette is tightly packed. Whenever the disk drive head hit a splice, it lost contact with the disk and missed large chunks of data. For this high-tech problem, an assistant supplied a low-tech solution.
Well, what he did was he just put his finger on the head, just like you would put a penny or a coin on an old photograph if you got stuck. And by putting his finger on it and rereading that sector, the head didn't bounce and we were able to get more data.
Investigators found love letters Snodgrass wrote to his wife and to his mistress, along with letters to his insurance company requesting an increase in Julie Snodgrass's coverage. They also recovered information linking Joe to an elaborate black market scheme. But what they found next was akin to a signed confession.
We found a last paragraph of a letter talking about his girlfriend hiring the hitman, him asking his girlfriend to hire hitmen, which she did.
It had taken 5 weeks, but the DoD forensics lab had achieved what was thought to be impossible. They had resurrected data that enabled a brutal murder to be avenged, and in the process developed a set of procedures for others to follow. Experts said the cost could reach into the millions. They spent $131. The information they gathered was sent back to Lieutenant Colonel Davis in the Philippines.
For me?
Great. I'll tell you flat out, had we probably not had that, we'd have had a tougher case to prove. But with the documentation that was recovered from that disc, there was no mistake. We had Joe.
Investigators reconstructed the likely course of events that led up to the murder. Joe Snodgrass, who was very controlling of his wife, had convinced her to deliver some money he owed to one of his black market contacts. He told her to pick up 2 of his Confederates and to drive them to the drop-off point. She complied. She didn't know that the men she picked up were the ones hired to murder her. They were the relatives of the Snodgrass's housekeeper. Trusting them, she drove to a secluded spot. Then they killed her.
Felix, can you tell us what happened that night?
I didn't, sorry, sir.
They confessed to the crime and received 20 years. The housekeeper received probation.
I'll do it this last time, but not anymore.
And for masterminding the crime, Joe Snodgrass received life in prison.
You never stop and think that you would end up investigating one of your own for murder or being involved in the conspiracy to commit murder. It never crosses your mind, not once.
The technology that simplifies our lives has also made it harder for us to pass unnoticed. In almost everything we do, we leave behind an electronic trail as solid as footprints and as individual as our own face. When a crime occurs unseen by human eyes, investigators can invoke an electronic witness. Firefighters extinguish a blazing house in the nick of time, exposing the murders the fire was meant to conceal. A woman's death in her bathtub looks like an accident, at least at first. Investigating a reported suicide, police in New Orleans find certain details suspiciously out of place. Killers can be masters at disguising their crimes, even when their victims are in plain sight. It takes a vigilant investigator to realize that first impressions are often dead wrong. In the small town of Middleton, Virginia, on August 29, 1994, a passing motorist saw smoke rising from a house just before dawn. Firefighters battled the blaze for several hours before bringing it under control.
Okay, can you give me your status? You making any headway on the fire? Yeah, we got most of it knocked down. We're still negative on a search.
The patterns of the burns and the speed at which the fire spread told them this was arson. Had the motorist not called when he did, the house and all it contained would have been destroyed beyond recognition. The fire team was not in time to save the family who lived there. 4 people, including 2 small children, were dead.
11C, go ahead, back your hay line out of the building.
But once the smoke cleared and smoldering ruins were examined, it became apparent that this family did not die in the fire. Downstairs, Teresa Hodges had been strangled. Upstairs, 11-year-old Winter Hodges and 3-year-old Anna Hodges had been shot. In the master bedroom, the body of their father, Blaine Hodges, was found with a single gunshot to the head. A .22 caliber pistol without a barrel lay near his body. Special Agent Barry Cassie of the Virginia State Police had a theory about what happened.
It was pretty obvious that the evidence was just screaming, that's the words I use, of murder-suicide. And as the morning wore on, it became even more evident that it was a murder-suicide.
Blaine Hodges had recently been convicted of embezzling from his employer, the United States Postal Service. Police believed that Blaine, despondent over his impending prison sentence, had killed his wife and his children. Then he doused their home with fuel oil, set it afire, and shot himself in the head. At autopsy, Dr. David Oxley, Deputy Chief Medical Examiner of Western Virginia, began to doubt the murder-suicide theory.
Well, when I examined the bodies, all 4 of the bodies, I noticed the thing that struck me was that the man, Blaine Hodges, had been dead considerably longer than the other 3. The body of Mr. Hodges was quite decomposed. The other bodies were not. What do we know so far?
Oxley told Special Agent Cassie that Blaine Hodges couldn't have killed his family.
24 to 36 hours, find out what
He'd died at least 12 hours earlier than they did. The gun collected at the scene also raised questions.
And we
The bullets retrieved from the victims were all .22 caliber, the same as the pistol retrieved next to Blaine Hodges. The pistol's serial number had been filed off, making it impossible to trace. Its missing barrel also hampered investigators. A gun barrel leaves spiral marks called lands and grooves on every bullet that passes through. The bullets recovered from the victims had these markings, meaning they came from a gun with a barrel. Forensic Supervisor William Conrad of the Virginia Division of Forensic Science was convinced that someone besides Blaine Hodges must have pulled the trigger.
With the barrel removed and rifling being present on the father's bullet that was taken from his head, would indicate right away that he could not have fired that shot. There's no way he could have shot himself in the head and then removed the barrel. That wouldn't have happened.
Conrad wasn't convinced this was even the real murder weapon. The bullets taken from the bodies were marked with 6 lands and grooves. Reference manuals for the gun found at the crime scene showed its normal pattern would be 8 lands and grooves. Conrad concluded the gun found at the crime scene was merely a drop gun, intended to fool the police.
At a crime scene, if you're trying to frame someone or try to cover something up, you would drop a gun that's unrelated to the incident and try to trick us into thinking that was the actual weapon.
What looked like a murder-suicide at the crime scene had morphed into plain murder in the forensics lab. Aside from tipping detectives off, the gun was of little use at this stage in the investigation. They had no suspects, no ballistics to compare, and apparently not even the murder weapon. All that detectives could be sure of was that someone else had killed the family, then tried to make it appear like murder-suicide. The killer had hoped the flames would consume the evidence. Detectives sifting through the ashes at the crime scene now had a new assignment: to smoke out the killer. Police had no idea who killed the Hodges and their 2 daughters. They questioned friends, hoping to gather clues about their enemies. Their closest friend was a man named Earl Bramblett. He frequently stayed with the family. The kids called him Uncle Earl. Police asked Bramblett to come to the station and talk with them.
Nice to meet you. I appreciate you coming down.
He seemed genuinely upset about the deaths. But in the course of his interview, an offhanded comment caught investigators by surprise.
He spontaneously made a comment, and he said that sorry SOB, he had a beautiful family, he did them and did himself. Well, at that moment I knew Mr. Bramblett was probably involved in the murders of the Hodges family. I knew that in order for somebody to know that outside of the police, that they would have had to have been in there when the murders occurred.
The media hadn't reported the murder-suicide story, and the police hadn't mentioned it to anyone outside of the force. Bramblett had revealed a detail only the killer would have known. Gassi kept his suspicions to himself. He needed more evidence before he could act on them. Bramblett agreed to come in for another interview later. When he failed to show, the police went to the motel where he was staying, since he had no fixed address. When he didn't answer the door, the detectives obtained a room key from the motel manager to make sure he was all right. Bramblett arrived just in time to stop them. Now belligerent, he dared them to place him under arrest. To the police, he was behaving like a man who was guilty,
You want to arrest? You think I done something wrong?
and who believed the police would never be able to prove it. Bramblett's own words had made him a suspect, but words alone proved nothing. Three days after the Hodges family were killed, police set up a roadblock in front of the house. The fire had started around 4:30 a.m. By stopping cars around that time, they hoped to find someone who may have passed the house just before it burned. A woman told police she saw a vehicle pull out of the Hodges driveway at the time of the fire. She noticed the vehicle because it was so unusual. An old white pickup truck with a black tailgate. She did not notice the license number or the driver.
Earl, said we'd be back. A search warrant to look at your truck and your room. Care to read it?
While the roadblock was taking place, police returned to Bramblett's motel room with a search warrant. As Bramblett stood by, they searched for anything that might suggest his involvement in the deaths of Blaine Hodges and his family. Outside stood his white pickup truck with its distinctive black tailgate. In the front seat, police saw several .22 caliber shell casings. They were the same brand and caliber as the casings found at the murder scene. When the firing pin strikes a bullet, it leaves a distinct impression on the cartridge casing. William Conrad hoped to compare the casings from the crime scene with the ones found in Bramblett's truck. Once again, he found the killer was one step ahead of him. He'd obscured the marks on the cartridges.
It looked like someone had placed it in, fired the gun, took them out, placed them again, and fired them. Again, it indicated that someone was trying to manipulate the evidence after the fact to try to confuse the laboratory and what was going on.
Conrad would not be so easily thwarted. Among the hash of wayward marks, he looked for similarities between the cartridges retrieved from the truck and those from the murder scene.
We can put the marks together, see the reproducible patterns that are present, and be able to say that the marks that you see represented on both of them were made by the same firing pin impression.
After close scrutiny, he found what he was looking for. One of the cartridges from the crime scene had a strike mark identical to a cartridge from Bramblett's truck.
And I found enough of those individual characteristics that I was able to say that both of them had been fired by the same firing pin, to the exclusion of any others.
The cartridge casings were definitely used in the same gun, linking the drop gun to Bramblett. But that wasn't enough. Conrad still needed to find the gun that fired the fatal bullets. Meantime, detectives worked the case from another angle, trying to find out if Bramblett could have been the one who set the fire. The killer had torched the house around 4:30 a.m. on Monday, August 29th. To check Bramblett's whereabouts at that time, police went to the sign company where he worked. They learned he was scheduled to be at work at 5 a.m. the day of the fire.
The same employee that routinely checks the time cards checked Mr. Bramlett's. Mr. Bramlett's card had been obliterated. That the time that he punched in on Monday morning, August the 29th, had been blacked out where you couldn't read what time he might have punched in.
Police called on handwriting expert Gordon Menzies to find out what was under the marking.
Using infrared lighting techniques, I was able to separate the ink of the overwritten entry or the obliterating entry and come up with an entry of 508M, which was apparently 8 minutes after 5 Monday.
The time card confirmed that Bramblett arrived at work after the blaze was set. But that didn't prove he was the one who set it. It only proved he had time to do it. The search for more evidence continued. Bramblett's employer told police that the morning after police searched Bramblett's motel room, Earl arrived at work seething with rage. 1 hour later, a co-worker noticed water running under a door. He found a pair of blue jeans thought to be Bramblett's. They smelled of the solvent used at the sign company. The manager thought them important enough to turn over to the police. Authorities hoped the jeans still held some clue to link Bramblett to the fire. Scientists analyzed them and the water they were soaking in. To identify the chemicals in the fabric, the jeans were placed in a canister with a solvent called pentane. After they had soaked for 15 minutes, the pentane was poured off. The solvent evaporated under a fume hood, leaving behind a soup of the compounds from the jeans. The liquid was placed in a gas chromatograph. A readout identified each compound soaked out of the jeans. One was a commercial solvent used by the sign company. The other was fuel oil, like that used to douse the home of the murder victims. Investigators believed that Bramblett had tried to rinse the oil-soaked jeans clean, carelessly leaving them where anyone could find them. Though the jeans were potential evidence, they were, like everything else so far, circumstantial. Investigators pressed on. Hoping that Bramblett's carelessness didn't stop there, they looked for more evidence in the dumpster at the sign company. Along with documents belonging to Bramblett, they found a T-shirt bearing the words William Byrd High School, class of 2001. One of the murder victims, 11-year-old Winter Hodges, owned such a T-shirt. It was missing from the crime scene and unaccounted for. The shirt found in the dumpster had apparently belonged to the victim. Investigators were encouraged. Only Bramblett would have had access to both the shirt and the dumpster. Still, it proved no wrongdoing. As the investigation into the deaths of the Hodges continued, Bramblett left town for good. Though Virginia police never let him out of their sight, they believed they had nothing to hold him. They didn't realize they had what they needed all along. Police were reasonably certain that Earl Bramblett killed the Hodges family, but that means nothing in a court of law. To prove it, they had to place him at the scene. The gun seemed to be the crucial element. They just didn't know how it fit. The killer had taken pains to make sure the weapon couldn't be identified. Without a serial number, it couldn't be traced. Without a barrel, investigators had no way to perform a ballistics test. They had no reason to believe that the gun from the crime scene was the murder weapon. According to William Conrad's reference manual, a bullet fired from this gun would show 8 lands and grooves. The bullets recovered from the Hodges showed only 6. The weapon sat on a shelf for a year while the case against Bramblett stalled. Then, on an unrelated investigation, Conrad ran across a weapon of the same brand as the gun in the Bramblett case. He test-fired the gun and was surprised to find that the bullets had 6 lands and grooves instead of 8. The reference manual had been wrong. Conrad now knew that the gun found in the Hodges house most likely was the murder weapon. The killer had removed its barrel because he thought it would make the gun untraceable. But through the cartridge casings and other forensic evidence, police found their man. By linking the gun to Earl Bramblett, the police had gathered the final piece of evidence they needed to prove he was the killer. Then, his sister in Indiana provided information about the possible motive. Bramblett, apparently feeling threatened, had sent her a huge number of audio tapes for safekeeping. He told her to send them to police if something happened to him. When she heard her brother was in trouble, she forwarded them to the Virginia authorities. In his audio-taped diaries, Bramblett spoke of his more than casual attraction to the Hodges' 11-year-old daughter. Bramblett had once been a suspect in the disappearance of 2 small children, but his involvement had never been proved. According to the tapes, Bramblett began to believe that Blaine Hodges, faced with prison for embezzling, had become a police informant. In his delusions, Bramblett had decided Blaine was using his daughter to entrap Bramblett as a child molester. The police believed that on Saturday, August 27, 1994, Bramblett had been visiting Blaine at his home. While Teresa Hodges and her children were out shopping, he took his .22 Magnum pistol and shot Blaine in the head. According to friends who saw them later that day, Bramblett told Teresa when she came home from shopping that Blaine, despondent over going to prison, needed some time by himself.
Blaine took off.
Like the good uncle he pretended to be, he bundled Teresa and the children into his truck and took them camping in the nearby mountains. As Blaine Hodges lay dead in an upstairs bedroom, his wife and children went off with his killer. They would have only a 24-hour reprieve. The next day, Bramblett would resume his killing by strangling Teresa Hodges. Having killed both parents, Bramblett saved his last horrifying act of violence for the children. He then put the murder weapon next to Blaine Hodges' body to make it appear that Blaine had killed his family, then himself. He was sure the fuel he spread throughout the house would ignite an all-consuming fire, that the police would buy the theory of murder-suicide. But Bramblett had no sooner made his getaway than a passing motorist spotted the flames and called the fire department. Special Agent Barry Cassie acknowledges that Bramblett almost got away with it.
But his primary plan was, if the police buy this murder-suicide, I'm home free. And look, he would have been home free. But see, he did not know that the Vinton Fire Department had responded in such a short order that they preserved the bodies upstairs.
It took the police almost 2 years to build their case. Bramblett had relocated to South Carolina, but the Virginia authorities had never lost his trail. He was arrested in July 1996, convicted of 4 counts of murder and sentenced to death. Killers can disguise their crimes in many ways, but the truth often lies just below the surface. On April 29, 1997, police in the suburban Philadelphia community of Marion, Pennsylvania, arrived at the house of Craig Rabinowitz. He'd called 911 to report his wife unconscious in the bathtub. They found Rabinowitz clutching his wife, Stephanie, still in the tub where he'd found her. He told police he'd discovered his wife on her side, her head underwater. He had no idea what caused his wife to drown. Paramedics tried to revive her, but she was dead. Detective Charlie Craig saw no signs of foul play in the death of Mrs. Rabinowitz.
My initial impression of the cause of death, after looking at Stephanie, after viewing her at the emergency ward, and after talking with the emergency ward doctor, was that it was an unexplained death or it was an accident.
All right, here we go.
What are you doing?
Oh, come on.
Friends and relatives mourned the untimely death of a woman in the prime of life. Craig and Stephanie had met when he was a camp counselor and she was still a teenager. After they married, Stephanie went to law school and had a promising career as an attorney. To their friends, they seemed an ideal couple. Now, their happiness had come to a tragic end. Craig told police that on the night of his wife's death, he was watching a hockey game while she took a bath. He heard a thump coming from the bathroom, like the sound of a shampoo bottle hitting the floor. When his wife failed to emerge from the bath after 35 minutes, he went to check on her. That's when he found her submerged in the water, her face blue. He tried desperately to bring her back to life, then called 911. Detectives have an eye for inconsistencies. And though they had no reason to doubt that the death was an accident, one fact seemed bothersome. The paramedics mentioned that the victim was wearing jewelry, including a watch. Charlie Craig's partner, Detective Richard Peffel, asked some of his female friends if they bathed with their jewelry.
And almost exclusively, every woman said, absolutely not. The first one I did was the first night I got home about 4 a.m. and I woke up my wife from a dead sleep. Nance, if you took a bath, would you wear all of your jewelry? And she looked at me and said, no, why? And I said, don't worry about it, go back to sleep.
That eccentric detail motivated investigators to look for other inconsistencies. They checked the hospital records. Again, something didn't sit right. After death, a body's temperature normally drops at the rate of 1 degree per hour, even faster if it's sitting in water. When the victim arrived at the hospital, her temperature was only 1 degree below normal, indicating she died just 10 minutes before the call to 911. Her husband's estimate that 35 minutes passed after he heard a thump in the bathroom didn't add up. While detectives' suspicions were mounting, Chief Coroner Halbert Fillinger requested an autopsy to find out why the healthy 29-year-old died so suddenly. Craig Rabinowitz refused to allow it, asserting that Jewish law demands that the body be interred before sundown the day after death, and it must remain intact. But in cases of mysterious or sudden death, the coroner can overrule religious objections unless he's given a court order.
Because of their Jewish faith, Stephanie should have been buried before the next sundown. And Dr. Fillinger was pressured by the family to release Stephanie's body so that she could be buried in accordance with her faith. And Dr. Fillinger was persistent that the body would not be released until a complete autopsy was committed.
When the body was brought in, it showed no marks, not even a bruise to indicate how the victim fell. According to Fillinger, that's not unusual.
There are injuries on the front of the body, and they occurred just prior to death or a short time prior to death. And you examine the body right after death, you may not see anything at all.
But by the time the autopsy was conducted, 12 hours after she died, the victim's wounds began to reveal themselves and the truth about her death. The medical examiners believed they were about to begin a routine autopsy on the victim of a mysterious death. Though the circumstances were tragic, examiners didn't expect them to be criminal. But they soon found themselves face to face with homicide. The first indication of foul play came with a look at the skin below the victim's eyes, where bruises made a silent accusation.
But as the blood drains away from those sites of injury, leaving the surrounding skin quite pale, then the area of bruising stands up like a beacon in the night.
Bruises such as these come from lack of oxygen, most often when a victim chokes or is choked. Strangulation was a possibility worth looking into. The victim showed no external marks around her neck, but beneath the skin, the tissue damage confirmed Fillinger's suspicions.
And of course, when we first got the body open, we found the evidence of severe strangulation, a great deal of trauma in the neck.
The mystery of Stephanie Rabinowitz's sudden death had been solved, and a homicide investigation had begun. Detectives Charlie Craig and Richard Peffel, along with prosecutor Bruce Castor, had their prime suspect, the victim's husband, Craig Rabinowitz. They questioned him in the presence of his attorney.
When Charlie came back in and advised both Rabinowitz and the attorney that Stephanie had in fact died from manual strangulation, the attorney jumped up and said, "Oh my God, she strangled herself." And both Charlie and I looked at the attorney and I said, "I don't think so."
The Rabinowitz marriage seemed picture perfect. What could have driven Craig Rabinowitz to kill his wife? Police obtained a warrant to search the house for some sign of a motive. While his wife worked as a lawyer, Craig had supposedly run a business from his home. He'd convinced a number of his friends to invest in his promising venture. But a search of the house showed no evidence of a business being conducted there. Detectives had almost given up when one of the officers found a plastic bag in a crawl space above a closet. The bag was filled with receipts and financial records. They revealed that Craig Rabinowitz had been living a lie.
When we went through the bag, we found some pretty important items, including a list or a ledger. We also found other receipts from pawn shops indicating that some jewelry had recently been pawned. And we also found receipts from furniture stores, the furniture that he had bought, apparently another woman. So during this whole case, he was pictured to be this loving, happy, devoted husband, and in this bag, we found otherwise.
A forensic accountant, skilled in deciphering complex financial transactions, reviewed the records. He found that what Craig had called a business was in fact a con game. He'd swindled his investors and convinced his trusting wife to remortgage their home. He then spent the money not on business, but to support his secret life. Credit card bills totaling $54,000 came from a single location, a strip club in Philadelphia. He'd been seeing one of the dancers there, showering her with gifts. At the time of his wife's death, Craig was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Desperate for money, Craig had taken out 2 insurance policies, each for $1.5 million. One was for his own life, the other for his wife. In a ledger found in the attic, Craig had calculated his net worth in the event his wife died, proving the crime was premeditated. After collecting on the insurance and paying off his debts, he'd have $1.2 million to spare. At the end of his rope, Craig turned on his unsuspecting wife and strangled her to death. He filled the bathtub, hoping to create the appearance of an accidental drowning. Then he called the police. It seemed like such a simple plan. According to Charlie Craig, far too simple.
A lot of people said to me, you know, this guy must have seen this in a movie or read it in a book. Well, as it was coming close to trial, that kind of stuck in my mind, and I got the photos back out because I remembered there was some book that had something to do with death.
A book on Rabinowitz's desk had looked out of place when police searched his home. The author claimed that few deaths are followed by an autopsy.
Craig Rabinowitz was a con man. When he learned this information, that only 13% of the deaths are autopsied, Craig Rabinowitz was playing a con. He was playing the odds when he learned that information, that the odds were dramatically in his favor that Stephanie wouldn't be autopsied.
But an autopsy had been performed, exposing Craig Rabinowitz as a con man who'd gotten in too deeply. For murdering his wife, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Lurid events take on a life of their own. On the streets of any town, people love a good scandal, especially when it involves respectable citizens. In New Orleans, a town not easily shocked, investigators found themselves in the middle of a scandal that made the Big Easy a little queasy. Just after dawn on January 22, 1984, 62-year-old Aaron Mintz frantically summoned his neighbor, a doctor. Mintz exclaimed that his wife had just shot herself. The two men rushed upstairs to the master bedroom. There, the doctor found Pam Mintz lying face up on her pillow, a bullet hole in the right side of her head. In her hand was a pistol. The doctor checked for vital signs as Mintz waited anxiously nearby. Solemnly, the doctor informed Aaron Mintz that Pam Mintz, the woman he'd been married to for 33 years, was dead. The doctor called the police to notify them of the suicide. They arrived to make a report. Detective John Dillman led the investigation.
Shortly before daybreak, or right at dawn, I received the call of a suicide at the residence of Aaron Mintz. Proceeded to that location, thinking that I was going to handle a suicide.
Investigators assessed the scene, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. But the position of her body didn't look right. They suspected the victim had been moved.
Pam's right elbow was bent in an upwards direction, like this, with two blood stains on the bottom of her forearm, coming up to a point on both sides. I questioned those stains as soon as I saw them because, as we all know, blood can't run uphill. It's against gravity.
The angle of the gun in the dead woman's hand also aroused the investigators' suspicions. It looked as though it was placed in her hand after the fact.
The gun was positioned, and this is unloaded, by the way. The gun was positioned in her hand, bent in this position, close to her head, where it would have been almost impossible to pull the trigger except with a thumb. The gun was clutched very loosely, indicating to me that the arm had been, which had originally been lying on the bed, had been bent at the elbow and raised into that position, and then the weapon had been placed into her hand to make it appear to be a suicide.
Beginning to doubt that this was truly a suicide, detectives looked for other signs of foul play. They found blood smeared on the bathroom light switch. The victim, who died instantly, couldn't have left it. And by his own admission, Aaron Mintz was the only other person in the house. But even that discovery paled in comparison to what detectives discovered next. In another bedroom, they found a pillow with a bullet hole in it. On one side were powder burns. The other side was flecked with blood. Detective Dillman was convinced that the victim was murdered and the pillow used to muffle the shot.
But once I followed this blood trail into the front of the house and found the pillow that was hidden, it didn't take a brain surgeon to, I mean, a big light just blew off. You know, John, this isn't a suicide, you have a murder on your hands.
Police launched a full-scale homicide investigation. The case seemed open and shut. The immediate suspect was the victim's husband, Aaron. There had been no one else in the house. The alarm had not been tripped. Aaron Mintz was a prominent member of the community. He denied murdering his wife. Anxious to clear his name, Mintz agreed that same day to have his hands tested for traces of gunpowder and gunmetal. If he'd fired the gun, the residue would cling to his skin. But Aaron admitted he had washed his hands before the test was conducted. The results were negative. The test failed to prove Aaron killed his wife, but neither did it prove him innocent. Investigators turned their attention to the evidence collected at the house. They focused on the bloodied pillow found in the other bedroom and the switchblade from the bathroom. In 1984, when the crime occurred, DNA testing was not yet available. But the blood type matched the victim's. Blood smears on the front and sleeve of Aaron's bathrobe also matched. Police theorized that blood got on the robe when Aaron rearranged the body. His sleeve probably touched the light switch when he went to wash his hands.
All right, so you went downstairs. You relaxed, watched a little TV, and then fell asleep?
Yes.
And what happened then?
It didn't take much digging for police to determine a possible motive. They learned that Mintz was having an affair with a young woman named Lois Porsche. Pam Mintz found out about her husband's infidelity 2 weeks before her death. She angrily confronted Aaron. She wouldn't let him go without a fight.
She didn't want him embarrassing her in public. And when Aaron began showing up in the circles of their friends with the girl that he was having the affair with, she became irate. She was going to take him for everything he was worth. And he knew it.
Investigators suspected that Aaron killed Pam so he could be free of the marriage without losing his fortune. According to their scenario, Aaron had gone to his wife's bedroom after she'd fallen asleep. He shot her in the head, using the pillow to muffle the sound so as not to alert the neighbors. That would have bought him plenty of time to rearrange the scene, making murder look like suicide. Mintz was charged with murder. To handle his defense, he hired prominent New Orleans attorney Michael Fowler. Like most of those who knew the accused, Fowler was surprised by his arrest.
I would found it most unlikely, that he would have been a subject of a homicide investigation. But by the same token, I didn't know that he was having an affair.
The case was sensationalized in the local press, which gave major coverage to the blood-stained pillow. In the court of public opinion, Aaron's guilt was a foregone conclusion. But in a court of law, the prosecution faced a serious challenge.
You realized that you had an ability to win this case, but you had to do it in terms of the forensics. You had to be able to negate a bunch of different things.
To clear Aaron Mintz, the defense relied on forensics to dismantle the prosecution's case, one piece at a time. A blood-stained bathrobe, a smeared light switch, and a bullet-pierced pillow. This was the evidence presented in the death of Pam Mintz.
I went upstairs and I found Thelma. We've been over this before.
I know that.
To the prosecution, it pointed to Aaron Mintz as a murderer.
I saw my wife dead on the bed.
But the defense saw things differently. They began with Aaron's bathrobe, smeared with his wife's blood. Aaron claimed he'd been dozing in front of the TV downstairs in the early morning. Startled awake by a loud noise, he went to investigate. When he found his wife's body and the gun in her hand, his first reaction was to take her in his arms, hugging her. According to defense attorney Michael Fowler, this scenario also explains the blood on the light switch.
After Aaron had embraced his wife, He turned the light on as he was exiting the room, made every reason why there would be blood there. There was blood on the light switch in the bathroom. That made sense because at a point he went into the bathroom and washed his hands.
The scenario explained away all but the most dramatic piece of evidence, the gunshot pillow. The prosecution argued that Aaron Mintz used the pillow to silence his gun, then removed it from Pam's bedside to conceal his crime. Again, the defense countered. Innocent of any crime, in a state of shock on discovering his wife's body, Aaron removed the pillow almost in a daze. He merely wanted to get it out of his sight without thinking how it might appear to police.
It's only significant if it's a pillow that was used in a homicide. If it's not a pillow that's used in a homicide, it's like a dirty sock. What difference does it make? You know, he just removes it. I mean, we all do crazy things when we're under a great deal of stress.
The defense argued that since Aaron put the pillow where anyone could have found it, his purpose was not concealment.
If he wanted to hide it, he could have hid it. There was a house that sort of was full of nooks and crannies and attic space and all, and he just put it in this other room.
The defense was determined to discount the pillow completely. They stuck with the idea that Pam Mintz killed herself, but they asserted that the fatal bullet wasn't fired through the pillow. The defense had the pillow examined by Irving Stone of the Southwestern Institute for Forensic Sciences in Dallas. He set out to ascertain whether the fatal bullet was in fact fired through the pillow, as police had assumed. Using a weapon of the same caliber as the gun that killed Pam Mintz, Stone conducted tests to simulate what would happen if a gun were fired through a pillow into a human head. As a target, he used a sponge soaked in simulated blood within a heavy plastic bag. Stone shot the bag through the pillow from various distances. He demonstrated that if a pillow had been used to muffle the fatal shot, a great deal more of the victim's blood would have ended up on the pillowcase.
What would have happened as the bullet passed through the pillow into the head, with the pillow being 6 to 10 inches from the head, then there would have been backspatter of blood that would have spattered back on the reverse side of the pillow. Well, there was none of this there.
The blood on the pillow at the crime scene was hardly noticeable. By contrast, in the laboratory, blood was spattered and stained over a wide area. Stone also showed that a bullet fired through a pillow would have left fragments of the pillow behind.
You expect to find cloth, fibers, some other type of polymeric fill material at or around the wound, and actually into the wound itself. I've seen where cloth fragments have been caught by the bullet and just carried right into the wound.
There were no reports of pillow fragments on the bed where the victim was found. Likewise, the coroner found no traces of the pillow in the wound. For Stone, there was only one conclusion. The fatal bullet was not fired through the pillow. But a nagging question remained. What was the pillow doing there in the first place?
On the one hand, we had no obligation to explain the pillow. Once we were able to explain it was not used in a murder, in a homicide. On the other hand, it was there, and we had to deal with it.
The prosecution had portrayed the victim as a wronged woman, murdered so her husband could pursue his affair. But the defense painted an entirely different picture. They portrayed Pam Mintz as a vindictive woman with a long history of emotional distress. Her husband's betrayal had been too much to bear, the defense asserted. She plotted the ultimate revenge. She would kill herself, but in the process, she'd frame her husband for murder. The gunshot pillow would play a starring role. The Mintz's housekeeper testified that she'd seen the victim leaving the house the day before she died, carrying what appeared to be a pillow along with the dry cleaning. earlier in the day, she'd seen a gun lying on Mrs. Mintz's bed. The defense suggested to the jury that Pam, out for revenge, fired a bullet through the pillow herself. Then she left it at her bedside as she prepared to end her life, knowing that it would appear that her husband had killed her. But there was no way to prove the victim had fired a pistol the day of her death. The police had made no attempt to test her hands for traces of gunpowder. Fowler believes this was a critical mistake.
Despite the fact that she was then undergoing an autopsy, or was about to undergo an autopsy, and her hands had been bagged, the police lab never swabbed her hands, so nobody ever knew, and to this day they never know if there was any residue on her hands. They had every opportunity to do it, they just didn't do it.
If a test had shown that Pam did not fire the gun, the police would have had clear evidence the case was not a suicide. If the test had shown Pam did fire the gun, it would have cleared Aaron of guilt. But Dillman thinks the test results might have been misleading.
I did not order testing on a trace metal test on Pam Mintz's hand due to the fact that it really was irrelevant. We knew that the gun had been placed in her hands, metal had touched her hands, so any type of a trace metal test would have proved positive. That didn't prove anything.
When the case went to trial, the prosecution was confident of the evidence it presented. But the jury found otherwise, accepting the defendant's version of what happened the night Pam Mintz died. The defense claimed she'd put a bullet hole in a pillow and placed it at her bedside as she prepared to end her life. In this way, she hoped to exact retribution on her husband from beyond the grave. But careful forensic analysis of the evidence had foiled her plot. Aaron Mintz was found not guilty in the death of his wife. If hiding the body is not an option, then hiding the crime is the next best choice. But a seamless veil of deception is difficult to weave. At a crime scene, investigators are always looking to challenge their own assumptions. A battery of forensic tests gives them the means to do it. Whether an alibi is grandiose or utterly simple, if it's based on a lie, it won't withstand close scrutiny. Time and again, killers who believe otherwise are proven dead wrong. In Los Angeles, a serial killer eludes police for months. The Nightstalker strikes at random, kills at will. The terror he inspires is enormous. The clues he leaves are slight. But ultimately, they're all detectives have to track him down. Investigators at the scene of a strangling rely on an experimental technique to raise invisible clues. They have only one chance to get it right. If they fail, a killer will walk. Crime scenes can be misleading. They can hold plenty of secrets or next to nothing. Harvesting hidden clues is the first strike against the criminal. To catch him, detectives need to turn fleeting prints into lasting impressions. Despite their working familiarity with death, Los Angeles homicide investigators were chilled by the scene they encountered in the affluent community of Whittier on March 29, 1985. The ransacked condition of the house spoke of robbery as the primary motive. A VCR, video camera, and much of the couple's jewelry was taken. But the perpetrator also had a taste for blood. Vincent Zazzara had been killed by a .22 caliber bullet. His wife Maxine was shot in the head and mutilated. The forensics team went to work, but wouldn't find many clues. Though the killer had plundered the home with reckless abandon, he had taken care to protect his identity. Technicians dusting for fingerprints determined that the intruder had worn gloves. Whoever had committed these murders left few traces behind. The bullet slugs were too damaged to be of use. After hours of scouring the home for clues, detectives came up empty-handed. The killer, it appeared, had gotten away clean. But he hadn't covered all his tracks. Beneath an open window, detectives located his point of entry. Distinct footprints marked the soil. One of the two prints belonged to the homeowner, Vincent Zazzara. The other appeared to be the footwork of his killer. Technicians sprayed the print with a fixative, then poured plaster into the indentation. The shoe print was lifted from the ground and sent for analysis. At the sheriff's crime lab, criminalist Gerald Burke examined it.
I was asked to check pattern details, size, take measurements of the casts of the impressions, and to see what kind of information I could get from those shoe impressions with regard to manufacturer, make of the shoe, size of the shoe, things of that nature.
The more Burke could learn about the shoes, the better idea detectives would have about the man who filled them. Burke knew the cast was from an extremely large sneaker, but he couldn't determine what brand of shoe it was. In his years of experience, Burke had never come across a print like this. It wasn't in their reference library of tread patterns. He couldn't find it in shoe stores. It had to be a newly released model or an off-market brand. Either way, the print, like the spent bullets, led detectives to a dead end.
Well, I don't know, they're still pretty young.
Without a source of comparison, Burke's analysis couldn't move the investigation forward. The Zazzara murders weren't the only case that had the sheriff's office puzzled. At the same time, detectives were trying to make sense of a homicide that had occurred less than 2 weeks before, 5 miles away in Rosemead in LA County. Maria Hernandez arrived home late one night and came face to face with the barrel of a .22. Inside the condominium, her roommate, Dale Okazaki, heard the gunshot. She died almost instantly.
Can you tell me what happened?
Maria Hernandez had been
just
lucky.
come home.
The keys in her hand deflected the bullet.
Go out, and
She played dead until the attacker left.
and the gun was right in my face. Just
She
inches
told
from my
investigators
face,
that the killer was a thin Hispanic man in his 20s, dressed all in black.
And I laid there. I just knew that I just needed to lay there. And
He
not
had
move.
black, bulging eyes, hollow cheeks, and rotting teeth.
Enough light to see.
Hernandez had no idea why he wanted her and her roommate dead.
How tall? Is he as tall as I am? Tall?
For a week, the case went nowhere. And then, in an equally random way, the Zazzaras were killed. The .22 caliber slugs from both crimes were sent to the ballistics lab for comparison. They were too distorted to positively link them to the same gun. Even so, Detective Gil Carrillo of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office drew a connection between the homicides.
We had Maria Hernandez, who's surviving victim in the Hernandez case. You have her giving us a physical description and a drawing of an individual that assaulted her. We have a particular caliber gun. In the Zazara case, we have no physical description, but we have a shoe print. And we have the same caliber gun.
Not only did he see the two crimes as being connected, Carrillo believed they were part of a much bigger pattern. For weeks, violence had been on the rise in Los Angeles County, a 4,000 square mile area of 88 cities. Night after night throughout the county, the toll of murders, sexual assaults, and abductions grew. The media was in a frenzy, reporting crime after crime, and with each episode, the public's fear swelled. The crime lab worked overtime to process the evidence gathered at the scenes. They weren't coming up with much. Carrillo looked for a common thread in the spree of violence. Based on crime reports and conversations with witnesses, he forged a radical theory. His colleagues saw the crimes as LA's growing trend of violence. While they assumed that the crimes had several perpetrators, Carrillo believed they were all the work of a single man. But Carrillo was new to the homicide department. None of his colleagues bought his theory. Apart from the grotesque violence of the crimes, there was no common denominator to suggest they were committed by one man. The rookie's instinct defied conventional wisdom. The sheriff's department wouldn't entertain the idea of a serial killer until Carrillo could base his suspicion on fact.
And until you had enough physical evidence or conclusive evidence, it's difficult to sell everybody that one man was committing all the crimes that had been committed up until that time.
Before he could prove his theory, Carrillo needed a more definitive pattern to emerge. He wouldn't have to wait long. In the weeks following the Zazara murders, 7 victims throughout Los Angeles County were wakened in their beds. Women were bound with handcuffs, thumb cuffs, or electrical cords before being sexually assaulted. Houses were turned upside down, valuables stolen. Suburban bedrooms were now the most dangerous place in Los Angeles, and everyone was sleeping lightly. In early June, just 3 blocks from the Zazara's house, a deputy's wife was roused from her sleep. She thought she heard a window opening. Someone was in the house. Hearing the couple's movement, the prowler slipped away. The deputy called the sheriff's department. In the daylight, investigators found gouge marks where the prowler broke in. The deputy pointed investigators to the flower bed, where he'd covered some evidence with a shoebox. Beneath it was the imprint of a large athletic shoe. The waffle pattern was familiar. It looked just like the tread found outside the Zazara's house. It was the break detectives had been waiting for. If this print matched the print found at the Zazara murders, it would support Carrillo's theory that one man was stalking LA's neighborhoods. But if that were true, It meant that one lone killer had managed for 1 year to defy LA's best and brightest. Now that he had a basis for comparison, criminalist Gerald Burke examined the 2 plaster casts taken from the crime scenes. He determined the prints were made by shoes of the same model, but not necessarily by the exact same shoe. Because both prints were left in coarse dirt, Burke was unable to identify the subtle marks that make each shoe unique.
Things like little nicks and cuts and scratches, or something that can be used as an identification, more or less like a fingerprint in one shoe sole to another.
This was of little help to detectives. In a county of 7.5 million people, they could not track a man solely by his tread marks. But it was all they had to go on. And it kept showing up again and again. Since the Zazzara murders, the large waffle pattern was found in the mud outside a Monterey Park homicide and was stamped in blood inside the home of a severely beaten old woman in Monrovia. Burke had 3 casts and 1 shoe print to work with. The crimes remained unsolved. The shoe prints remained a mystery. Then, a summer intern casually walking by a lab table made a pivotal observation.
And she said, "Oh, that's an Avia." And everybody just stopped and looked at her and said, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yeah, I got a pair in my trunk." So she goes to the trunk of her car and pulls out this pair of Avia shoes, and that's when everything broke loose.
Avia was a new brand, explaining why the department had no information on them. In order to learn everything they could about this shoe, investigators went to Avia headquarters in Portland, Oregon. The company's designer identified the model number of the shoe that made the print. Burke pressed for more information.
I asked him to be a little bit more specific, and he said that he actually designed that shoe, and that he had a patent on that particular shoe sole design, and that there were no other patterns that were close.
The pattern was from an aerobic shoe that had only been on the market for 4 months. Only 1,300 pairs had been manufactured. Avia provided Burke with a number of soles from the factory so that he could accurately determine the size of the shoe that left the print. The rate of motion and the texture of the ground can greatly distort the impression. The only way to size the shoe was to compare tread patterns. The pattern details on the sole increase as the shoe size increases.
Down here in the bottom of the shoe, actually the mid portion of the shoe, you'll see that there are a number of chevrons. And these chevrons actually increase in number with the increasing shoe size. And the plaster casts, although they weren't good enough quality to record the Avia logo, they were good enough quality to allow me to count these pattern elements, these pattern details.
After counting the lines on the plaster casts, Burke was able to identify every cast he had as coming from a size 11.5 shoe. When he examined the marketing material from the manufacturer, he realized what a crucial discovery he'd made. Of the 1,300 pairs of this model manufactured, only 6 had been shipped to Los Angeles. Of those 6, only 1 was an 11.5. Only a handful of men in the country owned size 11.5 Avias. Carrillo's improbable theory of a single killer was now glaringly real.
When you start throwing the odds of more than one person wearing that particular model and size of shoe, it becomes, it narrows it down quite a bit that not more than one person is committing the crimes. When you have physical descriptions coupled with physical shoe prints, you've got, I mean, that's a neon sign saying, "Come get me." That's one man.
One very dangerous man that required county-wide attention, and getting him wouldn't be easy. They didn't know who he was, but terror had a name. The media dubbed him the Nightstalker. The Sheriff's Department organized a task force of homicide detectives. Carrillo teamed up with Frank Salerno. From his experience hunting some of LA's most deadly serial killers, Salerno knew what kind of challenges they faced.
It's very frustrating. You know, there's one individual out there that's committing all these crimes, and very violent, serious crimes, and you want to bring it to an end as quickly as you can.
The task force started small, then swelled as evidence accumulated.
At one point, we had about 75 investigators working in the bureau at that time, and we were using 1/3 of them just to investigate the Nightstalker series.
The Nightstalker held Los Angeles in a reign of terror during the summer of 1985. Night after night, people were struck down in the place they used to feel safest, their own homes. Pressure to solve the case was tremendous. But until detectives like Gil Carrillo uncovered the Nightstalker's identity, they couldn't calm the panic.
Gun sales went up, burglar alarm systems went up. Everybody was locking their windows and doors during a very, very warm summer. And you're talking about something that just took over the entire county of Los Angeles.
Law enforcement took to the streets. Detectives canvassed neighborhoods where the Nightstalker had struck, hoping that someone recognized him. They found nothing but petrified residents, and they knew better than to go at night. After dark, people weren't opening their doors to anyone. Sergeant John Yarborough was responsible for collecting evidence connected to the crimes.
In one house, I found a couple who had abandoned sleeping in their bed. They'd created dummies in the bed. The husband was sleeping routinely in the garage, and the wife was sleeping behind a television with the portable telephone. I mean, that was the kind of fear and panic that developed over this case.
Whether he killed his victims or let them live seemed as random as the rest of his behavior. Those who survived his attacks described, as Maria Hernandez had, a tall man with bulging eyes. He was saturated in a rank, leathery odor.
How about the mouth?
With the help of an identikit, a staff artist created a likeness of the man who had attacked them.
Did he have mustache, any facial hair?
Good. So good to you? Yeah, looks good. I think that's him. I think that's it.
Detectives knew what he looked like, but he thwarted every effort to find him. The Nightstalker's unpredictability made his next move impossible to anticipate. Most serial killers conform to a regimented routine. This one seemed to work at random. He hit neighborhoods all over Los Angeles. His victims, both men and women, varied in age, ethnicity, and economic background. His MO was all over the map.
What we had was a man that sometimes used a gun, sometimes used a knife, sometimes used blunt force trauma, some he raped, some he didn't, some he strangled, some he just stomped to death, some he robbed, some he didn't.
The only thing he never changed was his shoes.
I'll tell you what, I'll lock down some things
To track
here,
the
then
Nightstalker, Gerald Burke had to become an expert in the killer's footwear. He was dispatched to any crime scene that seemed remotely linked to him.
Okay, that sounds good.
I was out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning on one side of the county, and at 6 o'clock in the morning I would be called to another side of the county, and I was just all over the place.
And though detectives could track the killer by his shoe prints, they always lagged one step behind him. On July 5th, they followed his tracks to the posh community of Sierra Madre.
Dad!
That morning, 16-year-old Whitney Bennett woke up backwards in bed. She had a searing headache. While the Bennett family slept just feet away, the girl had been beaten near death with a tire iron. She remembered nothing about the attack, but the familiar calling card was there. Sergeant John Yarborough speculated that the killer had two reasons for wearing the same shoes over and over again. First, they were functional. They allowed him to move surreptitiously or run if he needed to. Secondly, they'd never let him down.
But psychologically, it may have been the good luck shoes. He always wore them. They were always successful. He was always able to do what he wanted to do when he was wearing these shoes, so they had a good feeling for him.
The brutality of the crimes advertised the killer's lack of remorse and his delight in causing death.
I would say that he's a very good example of the predator-type offender who clearly just does not care about the victims that he comes in contact with. And he achieves a degree of thrill from it. That motivates him. Now, is he intelligent and cunning and clever? Well, he was certainly clever enough.
The Nightstalker was crazy like a fox and just as hard to corner. The task force wasn't enough. If detectives were going to capture this serial killer, they needed to spread out. Investigators made a videotape for LA County's 63 police departments. On the tape, Carrillo detailed the evidence gathered from the crime scenes. The suspect was a young Hispanic male who always wore Avias. An expert cat burglar, it was impossible to tell if his primary motive was killing or robbery. As the body count grew, a few patterns emerged. He seemed to target yellow or beige houses. He sometimes drew pentagrams at the crime scene. But this information brought detectives no closer to identifying the horrible face that haunted Southern California. The violence reached a frenzy as the summer of 1985 wore on. By early August, the Nightstalker was suspected of killing 13 people and attacking 10 others. His activity in and around Los Angeles seemed to be accelerating. Law enforcement braced for his next assault. And then, nothing. For the first time in months, nights were passing peacefully. But not for long. On August 18th, the Nightstalker struck again, this time in San Francisco. Peter and Barbara Pan, a couple who lived in a yellow house, were found murdered. It was the typical pattern: forced entry in the middle of the night, brutal murders, pentagrams, and stolen valuables. The unpredictable Nightstalker had just expanded his territory by 380 miles. The entire state was now under his grip. Where he'd strike next, no one could predict. San Francisco Mayor Dianne Feinstein called a press conference to calm the citywide hysteria. But she divulged sensitive forensic information detailing the sneakers and the ballistics findings. Detectives believed the Nightstalker was following his case in the media. All along, he had enjoyed toying with law enforcement. Now that he knew exactly what they had on him, the advantage was his. He was likely to change his MO, and he was sure to discard his signature footwear. But a few good things came out of the media hype. San Francisco newspapers publicized the items of jewelry stolen from the Pans. A $10,000 bounty was placed on the Nightstalker's head. Informants started coming out of the woodwork. An informant, Donna Myers, told police that a man named Rick from El Paso and given her a bracelet and some rings.
He was very tall.
Like the description of the Nightstalker, Rick had terrible teeth, smelled bad, and was always spouting off about the virtues of
He was
Satan.
about my length, very full.
Police learned his last name was Ramirez.
Probably dark brown to black.
Police now knew who he was, but they still had to find him. The Los Angeles phone book was full of men named Richard Ramirez. A fingerprint lifted from a stolen car at a crime scene pointed the finger of blame at a single suspect.
When Ramirez's name came up, they pulled all the Ramirez's that had been arrested, which there were numerous of them, Richard Ramirez's, and they physically checked it just like you would by eye and made that identification.
Once they determined which Ramirez they were after, surveillance personnel were deployed all over Los Angeles. They concentrated on places Ramirez was known to frequent. One of those places was the bus depot. Uniformed officers and undercover cops swarmed the station. But since they were looking for a man attempting to leave LA, they didn't pay attention to arriving passengers. Ramirez, returning from Tucson, spotted the undercover officers before they saw him. He slipped out of the bus terminal and went to an East LA bodega for some breakfast. He quickly realized that he was the center of attention. El Matador, they whispered, the killer. Police were called. The chase was on. Ramirez ran for his life along the 5 freeway.
He ran like a gazelle. He literally ran at a full sprint, probably a good 2-3 miles. Kept going, went over 10-foot sound walls, crossed 8 lanes of the 5 freeway right here.
The fugitive made his way into a residential neighborhood of East LA. He saw his only way out, but it wouldn't take him far. Police interceded. The man they protected from attack was the man they'd been hunting for months. Their prime suspect, Richard Ramirez. At the police station, all eyes moved toward his shoes. They weren't Avia's. The Nightstalker was too clever to wear those again, but they were size 11.5. It seemed they had their man, but they didn't have his shoes. As always, it appeared the Nightstalker remained one step ahead of them.
Pinky, let's see your pinky.
Both Carrillo and his partner Frank Salerno believed that Richard Ramirez was the Nightstalker, but they didn't have the notorious sneakers. To build their case, the detectives would need to carefully draw together the web of evidence. Their first task was to interview the suspect. His demeanor surprised them.
Very soft-spoken. For lack of a lot of education, he was well-spoken also. Probably the thing that sticks in my mind the most is when you walk into an interview room with a suspected killer, is you usually introduce yourself, you tell them who you are. And I walked in and sat down, he says, "You're Frank Salerno."
Ramirez knew of him from the Hillside Strangler case involving a pair of high-profile serial killers Salerno helped nab 6 years earlier. Detectives learned that their suspect had a vast working knowledge of serial killers throughout history. He knew all of their names, their methods, and the details of their captures. He had followed the Nightstalker case in the media. Though he never admitted to any crimes, Ramirez engaged detectives in a conversation about LA's latest serial killer.
He would talk to us in the third person. I didn't do this, but the Nightstalker might have done this. And the Nightstalker might have done this and this, and what do you think he'd have done over here?
Ramirez never confessed, so investigators looked for hard evidence to tie Ramirez to the crime spree. Inside his wallet, they had found a claim ticket for a piece of luggage at the bus station. Everything was removed and photographed. The bag contained a revolver and several kinds of ammunition, including .22 caliber cartridges. The evidence was bagged for further analysis. The shells and slugs collected from various crime scenes were taken to the ballistics lab to compare against those taken from the bag. They matched. Also, Ramirez's fingerprints were found on some of the items, confirming that the bag and its contents belonged to him. Most of the Nightstalker's surviving victims picked him out of a lineup. The eyewitness accounts, ballistics, fingerprint, and shoeprint evidence provided police with enough to arrest Ramirez for the Nightstalker crimes. 3 years after the arrest, the case finally went to trial. By this time, police suspected that he had killed 16 people and assaulted 11 others. The suspect made no show of repentance. During a preliminary hearing, he sported a pentagram on the palm of his hand. He waved it about, shouting, "Hail Satan." Though no size 11.5 Avia aerobic sneakers were recovered among Ramirez's belongings, it was the prints found in 8 of the crime scenes that held the case together. They formed an irrefutable physical link between the string of burglaries, rapes, and murders. Eyewitness testimony tied the man in court to other crimes, even when no print was present. The most expensive trial Los Angeles had yet seen came to a close after more than a year with a victory for the prosecution. In November 1989, Ramirez was sentenced to death 19 times. Richard Ramirez was one of the most horrifying monsters to terrorize the country. But whether a killer takes many lives or only one, the motivation to kill remains the same. Murder is the ultimate selfish act. On September 2nd, 1990, in Des Moines, Iowa, William Helm and his brothers stopped by the home of his estranged wife to pick up some tools. The house was locked. There was no sign of his wife. He could see their son playing unsupervised. He became alarmed.
Susan? Susan? Susan?
Then he found her in the bedroom. Helm called the police. officers arrived to find a woman's nude body lying in bed. A blanket was pulled up to her chin. Susan Helm, a 24-year-old housewife, was last seen alive at 2 a.m. when neighbors picked up a child she'd been babysitting. The same clothes she'd been wearing the previous night were crumpled on the bedroom floor.
What time did you guys get here?
Police asked William Helm about his relationship with his wife. He told them they were separated and he had moved out. He said he had last seen her the day before when he dropped off their son. They learned through interviews with the couple's friends that there had been a history of domestic violence. A police report stated that William had assaulted Susan 9 months earlier. Nothing in the house seemed out of place. There were no signs of a struggle, no indication of burglary. Captain James Trotter of the Des Moines Police Department led the investigation.
We have a routine that we go through on all crime scenes, particularly indoor crime scenes, and we start from the outside and work towards the center to preserve as much of the evidence and photograph it as we possibly can.
The forensics team methodically combed the house in search of the smallest clue as to what took place. Though the victim was nude, they found no evidence of sexual assault. Technicians couldn't find hair, fingerprints, or blood samples to link the killer to his crime. The ligature mark around her neck told of a brutal death by strangulation. Detectives formed some theories. Because of the way in which the body had been covered, they believed that the victim had been killed by someone she knew. Someone who cared enough to conceal her nudity from strangers.
Usually what happens is that after the crime has been committed, then they think, oh my God, somebody's going to see my wife or girlfriend or cousin or whatever the circumstance is, and they'll cover them up. So it's a good clue, simply that. It's just a clue to lead us in a direction in our investigation.
As the bedding was examined, they uncovered another clue. Beneath the blanket, the body had been placed on top of a sheet, and on that sheet was an oily mark that looked like a shoe print.
I think you might have some imprints on the carpet. That's why I want you to be
The
careful
print
with
wasn't
that.
distinct enough to be
Leave the
used for
box there the time
comparison,
being.
but it suggested that the body had been moved.
Walk up alongside of the bed if you could. Pull that sheet back just a tad.
And so we concluded from that that more than likely someone stood on the bed and maybe pulled or lifted the body onto the bed.
Samples of the blood. Okay.
The oily shoe print was made by automotive grease, embedded with small metal fragments. William Helm welded mufflers for a living. Though the print made him the prime suspect, it would be difficult to build a case against him. The physical evidence, it seemed, would only prove something he'd already admitted, that he'd entered the home, gone into the bedroom, and found the body.
I was going to pick up my daughter, so I pulled up.
Helm was brought to the police station to make an official statement. Investigators tried to pin him down about any physical contact he may have had with the victim's body when he found her.
I knocked on the door, and then there was no
Helm
answer.
claimed that he hadn't moved the bedding at all. He'd only used his fingertips to check her pulse at the wrist and neck.
And so it was critical that we have some physical evidence, otherwise we were only going to have a circumstantial case and probably not anything that we could arrest anybody for.
Detectives hoped that the body would disclose the secrets that the rest of the house had been hiding. More than a shooting or stabbing, strangulation requires close contact with the victim. Surely the killer left something behind. Detectives used an alternative light source to search for hair or fibers. Again, they found nothing. unless a substantial clue surfaced soon, there would be no way to catch this killer. As investigators finished their search of the crime scene, they realized that they were being watched. After leaving the police station, Helm had returned to the scene of the crime. He pulled a lawn chair out of his car and set up an observation post on the neighbor's lawn. Peculiar behavior for someone who just lost his spouse.
That type of interest is usually to spectators who don't know these people, and normally the family is somewhere else consoling one another.
You never touched your wife. You went directly.
Helm's detached interest in the case fueled detective
You
suspicions.
never touched your wife. No.
They asked him to come to the station for another interview.
But you want to know why?
After almost 2 hours of questioning, police obtained enough information to get a warrant to collect samples of his hair, saliva, blood, and handprints.
Okay, pull it up.
In order to prove that Helm had killed his wife, police would have to find evidence that he was the one who
Your other
moved
hand,
the
come
body.
outside to me here.
If Trotter's team could find Helm's fingerprints on a portion of the victim's skin that had been beneath the blanket, they'd be able to test his story. But they faced a big obstacle. In the field, no one had ever successfully lifted finger or palm prints from a body before. Des Moines police had tried and failed 6 times before. At a crime scene, it is difficult to control the variables required for success. Proper timing, temperature, and humidity were crucial. The experimental technique to raise fingerprints from skin had only succeeded in laboratories. If they could make it work at a real crime scene, it would bring criminal investigation to a whole new level of precision. The technique relies upon superglue's ability to turn the human touch into a permanent imprint. Years ago, workers at a superglue factory noticed that if they weren't careful, they left their fingerprints on the glue packaging. And because of their exposure to the glue fumes, these fingerprints couldn't be wiped off. Vaporized superglue, or cyanoacrylate ester, adheres to the oil deposited by the human touch. It attaches to fingerprints on hard substances such as glass or metal, creating a thin shell over the ridged pattern. It actually seals the print under a layer of plastic. In most cases, this pattern can then be dusted and lifted with tape. But lifting a delicate print off a textured, oily surface like skin is a tricky procedure. If there were any prints on Susan Helm's body, they wouldn't survive a trip to the coroner's office. The slightest change in temperature or the lightest brush against the body could ruin them. The testing would have to be done where the body lay.
All we could see was maybe just
In the lab, the technique had succeeded only on prints less than 4 hours old. Susan Helm had been dead for more than 12 hours. But it was the only hope police had of tying the murderer to the crime. The first step was to build a tent around the victim. A plastic drop cloth was wrapped around the frame and secured. Temperature within the tent must be increased to speed the evaporation of the glue. In the field, it's difficult to control. Liquid superglue was placed in aluminum dishes and set on burners inside the tent. The glue was heated for 10 minutes until fumes filled the structure. Technicians allowed 30 minutes for the glue to set. After the fumes settled, technicians moved in. Whatever lay beneath the plastic would make or break the case. If they could find a good quality print, they might be able to catch a killer. But if history were any guide, they'd find only a degraded print or none at all. And that meant a killer would walk. The plastic was peeled back from the body. Technicians searched for the ridges of a human fingerprint with a halogen flashlight. Shining the light at an angle helps the prints stand out. Passing over the lower portion of the victim's abdomen, the light revealed a pattern. It wasn't a fingerprint. It was larger and more distinct than they could have imagined. The print from practically an entire hand. The potential proof was there for the investigators to see. But success still seemed just beyond their grasp. For the first time in forensic history, scientists had been able to coax a latent print from a human body outside of the laboratory. But collecting the print would be another matter. Lifting it with tape would likely destroy it. Scientists needed to lift the print photographically. The photographed print from the victim's belly was delivered to the Des Moines Police Department crime lab, where it was compared to the print taken from William Helm. When comparing two fingerprints, identification technicians use a computer to look for matching patterns. Because palm prints are so intricate, technician Jerry Wilson had to make the comparison manually. The time-consuming task requires him to pinpoint areas where ridges join, diverge, or form dots.
The ridge on the outside.
Using those patterns as reference points, Wilson compares the prints for similarities.
And we look for these same identical points in the same relative unit space in each between the latent and the ink print, and the same amount of intervening ridges. And we also look for discrepancies, because if there's unexplained discrepancies, then you have to either eliminate the print altogether or explain why there is a discrepancy.
Technicians found no such discrepancies between the prints. Instead, they identified a highly unusual formation on both.
There was a double loop formation in the palm print, which is very unusual.
Go ahead, zoom in
and that helped to locate the pattern area and made the comparison much easier between the inked and the latent print.
Right here we've got an upward ending ridge.
Wilson can call two prints a match if they share 8 common reference
Ending
points.
ridge right there.
In the Helm case, technicians stopped counting
This
at
is
90.
kind of up in the interdigital area, so we got 2 delta
It was one of the most
formations.
obvious matches their office had ever come across.
There.
The discovery of William Helm's palm print on his dead wife's belly proved he was lying. He was the one who placed her into bed. It seemed police had caught the killer with a drop of glue. But to make a conviction stick, they needed to connect him directly to the murderous act. The victim wasn't strangled with bare hands. The killer had used a length of wire. Police had enough evidence to obtain a search warrant for Helm's apartment. There, they found the final piece of the puzzle. The garrote, a piano wire stretched between 2 wooden handles, has only one purpose: strangulation. Though tests in the lab showed no trace evidence on the wire, its gauge was consistent with the marks on the victim's neck. Trotter pieced together a likely scenario of the murder. On the morning she was killed, Susan and William Helm had argued for the last time. William became enraged and took her life. He tried to cover his deed with a blanket, but the persistence and methodical attention to detail of the Des Moines Police Department produced the clue that marked him as a killer. William Helm was convicted of first-degree murder in the strangling death of his wife. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
The forensic evidence in this case was extremely important because of the lack of witnesses and blood and all those other kinds of things that you can typically use to prove your case. So the fingerprint, or the palm print in this case, was the turning point for us.
By making sense of obscure prints, forensic scientists helped expose the crimes of Richard Ramirez and William Helm. Thanks to advances in technology, murderers like them can no longer escape the lasting impressions they leave behind.